Okay, it is 6:09, everybody. My name is Tammy Meltzer. I'm chairperson of Community Board 1. This is our monthly full board meeting. We will start with the public session. Public members get 2 minutes to speak, and they will be called from the sign-up sheet after our elected officials speak. Since we have our esteemed Margaret Chin with us, we're going to start our public session off with Margaret. So Margaret, let's make sure your mic is unmuted and take it away.
Okay, great. Oh, did you hear me?
Yes, Councilmember Chin, we can. Thank you so much.
Okay, it's great to see everybody. When I first signed on, I saw all the familiar faces, Susan and Wendy and Catherine. I hope everyone is staying safe and well and cool this summer. It's been quite a busy summer. I mean, after the budget, I had to take a little time off just to recuperate. It's been a rough couple of months. I know that in Community Board 1 and the other Community Board 2 and 3, we've been trying to, help our small businesses. And it's really great to see a lot of restaurants, doing the outdoor dining. I mean, like I've seen, people putting out tables and chairs and applying, and that's great. But unfortunately, there's still some, bad actors out there who's not following the rules, who's not doing the social distancing, and we still need to be very vigilant, especially in the other district, like in Ward 3, we actually had a restaurant who got their liquor license taken away because they weren't following the rules. But we do want, to make sure that a lot of these restaurants continue to survive, continue to be in the neighborhood. And it's really very, very difficult. And today in the city council, we had a stated meeting, and I joined Councilmember Power, who represent Council District 4, and our borough president on a bill to temporarily repeal the commercial rent tax. And I think a lot of you know that this commercial rent tax is really so unfair. It's everyone south of 96th Street down to Mill Street that have to pay an extra almost 4% tax on their rent. So this way, we're trying to help more businesses not to have to pay this during the pandemic, whose rent is up to like $1 million a year. Because we already help small business that pay rent up to $500,000 a year for them not to have to pay this tax. So we just introduced that legislation today. And I know that you have a group of resident that's coming from 225 Rector Place who's going to be speaking in front of the board. And so they're going to ask for your support. I mean, we don't have a lot of affordable housing in District 1, especially in Community Board 1, and a lot of them are not permanent affordable housing. And I know that when Tom Goodkind, was on the board, he did a whole study about all these so-called affordable housing that got tax abatement, and we start losing them. And a lot of the residents that are in this building at 225 Rectors are 9/11 survivors, and they help. They're the pioneers that help build up the neighborhood, and now they're afraid of losing their home. And we've been working with them, and we got MFJ to provide some legal services, and Cooper Square to help them organize, and hopefully their landlord will do the right thing to extend their lease. And I know that Matt Benton did a really great article on the broadsheet, shedding light on this fight. And that's why, we need more permanent affordable housing in Community Board 1 area, and that's something that we need to continue to fight for. You know, I know that a lot of you probably kept up on the budget fight that we had this year, and you know, after months and months of negotiation and meeting, we finally passed the budget. It was July 1st, but we had enough vote on June 30th, midnight. So we did pass it by June 30th. You know, we had enough vote to do that. But it wasn't an easy budget. And I know that, you know, a lot of you knew from the preliminary budget, I mean, they just like cut out all the summer youth programs, all the fundings for youth program, after school program, community center program. It was so ridiculous. And so we worked really hard to restore these fundings, and especially, you know, for our youth and for our senior. And I know that, you know, we did get funding back. I know it was very hard on the nonprofit agency. I know, you know, for Manhattan Youth, right, Bob? It's you guys gotta like be prepared to start these programs, not knowing whether there'll be enough funding or funding coming. But we really appreciate, you know, all the nonprofit that's doing youth program. They're able to like give their insights and really make it possible for our youth to have a productive summer. And so I think that's great. And we were also able to, you know, restore a lot of the programs for our seniors, because I chair the aging committee, and we want to make sure that we don't, you know, we don't lose a lot of support for our seniors. One of the things that we're grappling with right now is how do we open back senior centers in a new way that we can keep them safe, but also provide, you know, the activity that they're used to, and the lunch and the food that they're so used to, because the food that they're getting, it's like a hit and miss right now. And I know that a lot of the seniors in IPN were complaining about, you know, the food delivery early on, but we want the senior center to start up, and we want to make sure that services are going to be continue to be provided. And we were able to also save a lot of critical programs, health program, domestic violence services, programs for CUNY students. And then there's still a lot of work that needs to be done. And in the, you know, capital budget, we were able to access capital funding, you know, for the South Seaport Museum, and also for our local school for technology, for upgrade. So there are a lot of good things that came out of the budget, and we fought back very hard against drastic cuts, but we still need the federal support, money coming from the federal government. So I think that that's something that we need everyone to help on. So I just wanted to stop by and really thank all the board members for your hard work. I know Cora has been working with a lot of you on all these issues that's been coming up in our busy community board one. And so I really want to thank all the board members for your hard work, and make sure that everyone is staying healthy and safe, and hopefully we'll all, you know, be able to come out of, you know, this pandemic stronger and more, you know, together. And
Margaret,
I mean, yeah.
do you have a moment? I see that Bob Townley has a question. Do you mind taking questions for?
Oh, no, sure. Yeah.
I'm sure Bob knows how to be succinct.
I saw Bob's name come up.
Yes, Bob, we can hear you.
Hear me? Or
yes,
am I
Bob?
No,
I hear you.
Okay, you can hear me. Margaret, I don't know what to say about your fierce fighting for these programs. You were overwhelmed, but it was amazing that you were able to get up at the house and fight this fight and come out with such good outcomes. I don't think people understood how hard it was to move City Hall on this. And so I wanted to personally thank you. And I was succinct.
Thank you, Bob. I mean, like, it took a toll.
Yeah. I can
I
imagine.
lost a couple of pounds. I have to fight to
Yes,
gain it back.
I wish I would too. We're not out of the woods yet, but
No.
yeah. But we're working on it. We're working on it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Margaret, if you have a moment and don't mind sticking around for a little bit, I know you're very busy, but if you do, that'd be great.
Sure. I mean, I just have to run. I mean, I got to go to Community Board 3 also. But I definitely wouldn't mind answering a couple of.
Perfect. Yeah. I see Colin has his hand up. Colin, go ahead.
Yeah, just really briefly, I wanted to thank you personally for all the work you're doing for small business. I'm one of the co-chairs of the Small Business Committee for CB1, and one thing we continue to hear is the commercial rent tax.
Yes.
One quick question is, what do you think the biggest opposition is to that in the council, and why?
I'm not sure there's opposition. I mean, we were successful. I think in the last session and the session, I think it started with Council Member the Council Member represent Community Board 4, and we worked together. We raised the cap to up to $250,000, and then we were able to raise that to $500,000. So this new legislation would move it even up to almost $1 million, and that will, cover a lot more businesses that don't have to pay the tax. So this is, at this point, is temporary repeal during this whole, pandemic. I think we will definitely be able to get support from the council, but I think in the long run, it's going to take some effort because, city rely on these taxes. I mean, the property tax, sale tax, and that's why with the property tax, it was so hard to even get, like for the small property owner, I passed the bill to just even lower the penalty that people have to pay if they pay the property tax late, like 18%. We lower it down to 7% because of the pandemic. But the property tax issue is really something that we have to continue to really work on. And there was a commission that was set up, so hopefully something good will come out of that.
Thank you. That's a great term. We'll continue to work with Cora, who's been amazing.
Yeah, she is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Colin, I'm going to ask you if you take your hand down. Let's see, do I have other questions? I think I'm good for right now. And then we will, if you're here, if someone has one, that's great. If not, I'm sure Cora's on the line. All right.
Okay.
Thank you so very,
you.
very much. Truly appreciate you being here.
Oh, no. Thank you. Thank you, Tammy. And congratulations, Chair of the Board.
Thank you. All right.
Tammy, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Justine had a question.
Sorry, I didn't see her hand up. Perfect. Justine, you have a
Hi,
question for Margaret?
Hey, Margaret, how are you?
I'm good, Justine.
Good. I just am wanting to say, ask and hope that some of the people who are on, I think we've got 79 people who are listed as attendees, and I think a lot of them are going to be talking about what's going on in the city with Black Lives Matter and the protests and everything else. So I'd love it if you could stay on and listen to them. I got nothing to say about it at this minute. I'll wait my turn, but I'd love you to hear from what they've got to say.
Yeah, I'll say a little bit, and then also
Thank
Cora
you.
will bring me back the feedback.
Thanks, Tammy.
No sweat. Okay. So next, I'm looking to see who's here. I believe Lizzie Lee is here from Senator Kavanaugh's office. Lizzie, we're going to have Lucian unmute you. I think.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
We can. Thank you so very much.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. I'll be really quick. Senator Kavanaugh, as you know, was in Albany last week for the legislative session. We're hoping that as the weeks pass on and there's some federal funding for additional support, we can have our CRAP bill, the coronavirus rental relief fund, S8140 pass as soon as there's federal funding for a program that can really offer that systemic need for rental relief And this program would also be intended to cover homeless New Yorkers with long-term vouchers, much like our other bill that's gaining more traction is the Housing Access Voucher Bill, which is also being advocated heavily. With the eviction moratorium, we're calling on a blanket extension of the eviction moratorium until at least September 20th, because no one should be forced into housing court or thrown out of their homes as they're still trying to really confront the ills of this virus. And housing court in Brooklyn was actually slated to begin hearing new cases yesterday. And, this is something that we're really stepping up the advocacy against, because people really just can't be forced to leave their homes to defend their house right now. And with fair housing, President Trump actually last week rescinded an Obama-era HUD rule requiring all localities receiving federal funding for housing and community development to do so in a manner that affirmatively furthers fair housing. This really removes any accountability for states and local governments to prevent, really insidious housing discrimination that has been around for decades. So we're working with to introduce a state level obligation to affirmatively further fair housing, to step in where the federal government is failing us through our bill S8096. And lastly, with homeowner relief, we passed an extensive mortgage forbearance bill last month, and we really hope that's going to help a lot of New Yorkers. But the federal government, again, still really needs to step up to ensure that homeowners with mortgages through federally regulated banks or servicers can access similar forbearance options. And, with community practice, we've had a lot of constituent cases with quality of life concerns in CB1. Illusion has been remarkable, and CB1 has just been really incredible in gathering and collaborating to fix these in a humane and really equitable manner. So that's been something that we are very impressed by and thankful for. We'll continue to work with Housing Working Group of the Quality of Life Committee. We're continuing to discuss with Gateway Plaza, 250 Water Street, Seaport Coalition, and if there's anything else that our office can do, we're continuing to help with unemployment issues and with the ERRA's applications. The deadline is tomorrow. You can request a extension for a week if you can self-certify that you have a disability. So that is something that we can relay. If there's anything else, please feel free to contact me, and thank you so much for letting me speak.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. If you have a link to your report, please feel free to send it to Lucian or Diana, the host and presenter, the electronic link, and we'll post that in the chat for everyone.
Tammy, can I ask her a question? I have my hand up. Is it possible?
I didn't see you there, but yes, go for it. Sorry, Mitch.
No, that's okay. I mean, and I could vouch. Their office has been amazing with helping with the unemployment and PUA. Lizzie, is the reduced PUA that now they want it to be $200? Do you know if that's a done deal or that's still something that's being negotiated?
Exactly. It's currently being debated. I believe the Republican senators had just offered their counter negotiation. It seems like there's no real consensus on where that's going to land.
Well, if you can just give feedback to Kavanaugh, who's amazing, that there are many people in industries that, even though they want to go back to work, they physically cannot because they work in stadiums or large or places where they're basically going to be out of work for the rest of the year. So having the unemployment is not an incentive not to work. So anything that Kavanaugh could do as far as voting for that would be greatly appreciated. Senator
Kavanaugh, we're right there with you. He is a state senator, however, and this is with the federal delegation, but we're right there with you, Mitchell. I profoundly agree.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you, Tammy.
You're welcome. I think actually thank you to both of you, because that puts you straight perfectly over to our I see Nadler's not here somewhere. At least she was a moment ago. Is Hannah still with us?
Oh, I guess this was a question for Hannah. I'm sorry.
That's right. So let me see if Hannah's still on the line from our Congressman's office.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
We can. Welcome, Hannah. Thank
Okay.
you so much. It was a nice pass off.
That was a great segue. So first of all, the congressman is okay. Folks were concerned this morning when they heard about his car accident. Thank goodness he's okay.
Great.
And you saw him today at the Bill Barr hearing, which was quite, that was lots of fireworks. So we're actually having another hearing tomorrow. This is in the antitrust subcommittee, and they're going to be holding a hearing as part of their ongoing investigation of the dominance of Amazon, Apple, Facebook, and Google in the digital marketplace. So stay tuned for that. There's a lot of stuff going on in DC. I just want to note that the Justice and Policing Act was passed in the House about 4 weeks ago, and Congressman Nather is continuing to join with his colleagues in the House to get the bill passed in the Senate. It's obviously of utmost importance and top of mind for a lot of people. A few local things to note, or for constituents to note. Global Entry has just reopened for New Yorkers. I know that international travel is not top of mind for folks now, but I just wanted to apprise you of that. PPP ends on August 8th. The SBA ran out of money for the EIDL advances, but you can still apply for those loans. If you have any questions, I'll put our contact, Laura, and I know that a lot of folks worked with her in the, have called and have been working with her, so I'll put her information in the chat box. The IRS has reopened their general phone line. Currently, there was a phone line specifically for stimulus questions. So I'll put both the stimulus related questions for the IRS and the general IRS phone line in the chat as well. They are starting to process paper tax returns because staff are finally returning to the offices around the country this week. So if folks have specific questions about tax returns, you can call this general line. People can also get emergency in-person appointments at Social Security if there is an issue, because their offices are slowly starting to reopen. But if you need to have an emergency meeting, you can call Social Security and set an appointment for that. I know that there's been a lot of stuff, so the last thing I will say is fill out your census. You still can do so, and it's a real boon for first of all every American, but also for our district. I want to make sure that everyone is represented. Mitch, I heard your comments about unemployment and the PUA, and I will relay those to the congressman as well. So I'll put my contact information in the chat. Thank you. It's fun to see everyone's faces, and congratulations, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Hannah. I do also want to remind you, as long as we're talking about listening to all those lovely companies that are going remote, remember, if Google's not returning to their offices until July 2021, that gives me grave concerns for the cleaning staff, the people who run the cafeterias, the food and beverage providers who provide the products for all of that, and the large discrepancy when we're looking at those dialogues and conversations about how unemployment will work for those employees, which will affect, considering in CB1 how many corporate offices we have, corporate cafeterias, and all the restaurants that are around here. We are extraordinarily concerned about all of the unemployment.
Great, thank you.
So thank you. I think next we're going to move to Controller Scott Stringer. Luke Wolf is here from Controller's office. Luke, go ahead. There you go, Luke, you're live. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Luke Wolf here from Comptroller Scott Stringer's office. Just a few things to share tonight, because I know there's a lot on the agenda. So really right now, our office is focused on making sure that we can safely return to being the vibrant city we all know, and particularly focused on the economic reopening as well as what schools will look like in the fall. So this week we came out with our analysis of PPP, or the Paycheck Protection Program, and what we found was pretty startling. So what we found was that if New York City was a state, we would be 49th out of 50th in terms of percent of businesses that received PPP funding. And in Manhattan in particular, only 52% of eligible employer-based businesses received the PPP program funds. So what that shows is not only do we need more federal support, we need to make sure our businesses can access that support, so they're getting all the support that they need, so that the situation that Tammy's talking about with so many of our workers not being able to go back to work doesn't come to fruition, and we can make sure people are able to stay employed and stay connected to their jobs. Related to that is one of the things that we found is that those numbers are worse for the city's MWBEs. In particular, our office found that 85% of MWBEs say they don't have enough cash on hand to stay in business for the next 6 months, which is one reason why we have pushed for the city to put a chief diversity officer in every city agency to make sure that this is at the forefront of thinking And we applaud the mayor today for taking up our call and making an announcement that each agency will now have a chief diversity officer. The last thing I want to touch upon is schools, which I know is top of everyone's mind. Obviously, we know the pandemic has taken a huge hit on our education system. We released our own plan and recommendations, some of which were taken up by the mayor, but we still have a lot of concerns, particularly around 4 issues that we think we need a lot more attention so families and students get a lot more answers and soon. The first is around making sure that people have expanded childcare options, and those are accessible for working families. Number 2 is what are the expectations and standards for remote learning? Particularly, is there a focus on live instruction and how that live instruction works? Number 3, how will the DOE increase the staffing needed to support students? Because we know there's going to be an increased need for staff. And 4, we need more information on the health protocols. Will students have access to nurses? What happens if someone gets sick? So still a whole lot of information that we're trying to push the DOE to make publicly available so students and families can make decisions up in the coming weeks about what makes most sense for them and their families. Happy to take any questions.
And I'll see if I have any questions. Hannah, if you're still listening, just wanted to, I got a couple texts in reminding me to say something about the seasonal businesses. Not only are we super concerned about those who are not able to recoup, but the seasonal people who rely on the nice weather, like some of our boating friends and other outdoor activities, they only have through October, which means they've already lost half their year from the pandemic being closed until we reopen in July. I do not see any hands up. Oh, I see Laura Starr hands up for Luke. So Laura, go ahead. Laura, you can unmute yourself.
I wanted to urge the support of infrastructure bills and getting, DDC and Parks Department and basically projects back, because the construction industry, when that's going in full force, that does create a lot of jobs, and those people have to buy their sandwiches for lunch, and it is a trickle down effect. So, and it helps to rebuild the city and create more open space for people and more, resilient, all that kind of stuff. The other thing is, a colleague of mine remarked to me today that, in certain other eras, there would have been like an all hands on task force about getting the school, like dealing with the schools and the school kids. And I mean, this is, the idea that a 5-year-old is going to go to school for like 3 hours a day, twice a week, 1 week, and then 3 hours a day, 3 days the next week, and it's alternating. I mean, imagine being a family with 2 working parents trying to do jobs. Like the city is not coming through for parents on the school issue. And they're, if I were the mayor, I would get the smartest people in the city and put them in a room and problem solve around this. And that needs to happen. And I'm hoping that your office can take the lead in that. That's it.
Luke, I think that was to you.
You don't have to respond. I just had to say all that. Thank you.
That's not Luke's fault. Luke, go ahead. You're unmuted now.
Hi. Thank you for bringing all that up. And I think from our perspective, we couldn't agree more. On your first point, so back in May, we actually sent a letter to the mayor. A lot of the same arguments that you just made, that now is the time to invest in capital projects and invest in infrastructure and capital funding. So we said that now is when we know the city's budgetary issues, we know the city's economic troubles, but we will handicap our city for the future if we're not right now investing in schools and resiliency projects and our roadways and everything else. And kind of like you referenced, it is an incredible job creator. It is a great economic multiplier. And now more than ever, when our city needs that, is when we should be making those investments. So we're continuing to push the mayor to kind of unfreeze the capital budget and the capital spending, and really make sure that we're not putting in austerity measures now, which will handicap us going forward. On the second issue on schools, I do think that we need to be a lot more creative. I think one of the issues is not the lack of task forces. I think that's something that we've seen a lot of, but unfortunately not as many things come out of those task forces. But could not agree more that this is a time where we need creative thinking, where we need to think about how we're using our outdoor space, how we're using all of our elementary school spaces, and really make sure that we're setting students up for success, because we saw all the failures with the remote learning that took place in the spring. And if we're just going to move forward with the same exact model without getting creative, and like you said, bring all those best minds to the table and making sure also we're communicating, being transparent about what the expectations are, then we're just setting a lot of kids and families up for failure. So I think that our office definitely echoes a lot of those sentiments, is definitely trying to push as much as we can to make sure those things are implemented. So thank you, Laura.
Okay, thank you, Luke. Enjoy August.
You as well.
Alrighty, Laura, you'll take your hand down. I'm searching through. I think we're good. I did notice that our Manhattan Borough President Rep, Andrew Chang, is here, and I don't want to put him on the spot, but he didn't sign up to speak. So Andrew, I'm going to put you on the spot if you are opining tonight or not. And if you can
Hi, Tammy. Gail is usually joins. I'm checking on her ETA right now.
So just text us and let us know. If it's okay with you, then we'll move on to members of the public and we'll come back for Gail. Does that work?
Andrew,
that works.
Go ahead and if you have the remarks or an outline, put that in the comment section when you sign up.
Okay.
And then for everyone else, for Lucian, will share from, I don't see Claudia yet here, from Assemblymember Yuling News office, but she did share her board report electronically, so we'll share that out as well. Oh, I do see Claudia. Sorry. There you are, Claudia. You are unmuted.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me?
Yep, go for it.
Thank you. So good evening, everyone. This is Assemblymember News office. Unfortunately, she's not able to join tonight, but she sends her greetings to the community board and to the public members who tuned in tonight. In terms of updates for the month, Assembly resumed session last week, and during those discussions, two of Yuling's bills were passed on the floor. 710A, the Rivington Act, strengthens oversight by establishing a transparent process when nursing homes and residential healthcare facilities are in the process of closing, and would require the Commissioner of the Department of Health to ensure local community needs are adequately met before approving any closure. This was introduced in response to the unfortunate closing of the Rivington House in our district, and we hope this bill will continue moving forward in the Senate in future legislative sessions. The second bill is A711, which requires debt collectors to inform folks in each initial communication that written communications are available in large print format. This bill will ensure that those who suffer particularly from vision impairments, especially like our vulnerable senior population, will be able to request larger print formats for further communications and be able to digest their letters and notices in a font that they can actually read. And this is probably a lot of questions. Yuling also recently introduced A10826, also known as the Rent and Mortgage Cancellation Act. This would provide crucial relief for all residential tenants and small homeowners by canceling rent and mortgage payments for the duration of state of emergency and an additional 90 days after it ends. The bill will allow for tenants to exercise their right to relief, which includes prohibiting fines, fees, termination of tenancy, or eviction for non-payment of canceled rent. It would also remove the liability for repayment of canceled rent and prohibits adverse consumer credit reporting and denial of future rental applications, and simultaneously setting up a fund for small property owners and homeowners to obtain crucial relief. There are a lot of components to this bill, and I do believe Lucian has just bumped the board report, which contains the link to view the entire bill. And I will thank CB1 for circulating the link and also open up for folks to directly reach me for in-depth follow-up. And I'm happy to have our legislative team to circle back to address the comments appropriately. I will also have Lucian pump my contact information directly. With that, I will end by saying stay safe and hope everyone gets to enjoy the rest of the summer. And if there's any questions, I will try my best to address. If not, I will follow up with you appropriately.
Perfect. Thank you very, very much. And a shout out to Assemblymember New for helping us work on open meeting laws. All right. I do not see Deborah. or Miriam. So let's open up and move forward with the public session so we can get going. And if they show up, we'll move back. All right.
Is there any way to see the public members who have their cameras on?
Not if they're, I believe, attendees.
I see. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, so I'm gonna try and group people because there are several groups of people that would like to speak. So we're gonna start with Daniel Stein.
Can you hear me?
I can. Daniel, you have feedback coming through. So if you have a headset, that's wonderful. If not, if you can turn down your speakers, that would be great.
Try that. Let's see what happens.
Thank you.
Okay, is that any better?
It is a little bit better, and your mic is open. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. This is from 225 Rector, which is under the threat at the moment of having to leave. The several people, 14 of us, who've been here for over 20 to 25 to 35 years under a special program now are being evicted, as it were. So I'm going to tell you my story. I'll be salient, and hopefully, I was born when Franklin Roosevelt was president, so that makes me of another generation in age. I'm a 9/11 survivor. I'm on a fixed income, and I have a litany of medical diagnoses, including COPD, kidney transplant, a couple of cancers, immune suppressed, and so on. So what I'm saying with all of that is that I'm very vulnerable, that group, and the thought of moving is frightening, to say the least. So I'm kind of in limbo at this stage and wondering what the next steps will be. At this point, we're supposed to be leaving, I think, within a month. We've been doing what we can to not have that happen, and we're hoping to have a year's stay until the pandemic has shifted gears. I think that's basically what I wanted to say. So there you have it. Can I be seen at all? Because I see you, Tammy, but I don't see anyone else.
I believe, Lucian can confirm this, but I believe that the attendees do not have
Okay, that's
video.
fine.
That is correct.
That's fine. I just was wondering where everyone else was.
Yeah, well, I know that Elda is here, and we're going to ask Elda to speak right after you.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Elda?
Moved into 225 Rector in 2002 when it was about 70% empty after 9/11. And I've been trying for the last few years to find affordable housing, applied at least 60 times on Housing Connect, and it was to no avail. I was once called about 2 years ago to the Affordable Housing Fulton and Gold, which is in Community Board 1, I believe. And when I went in for my appointment, before I even sat down, I was told I had too much in savings, that I had over 50,000, and that I wasn't eligible for affordable housing. And then I found out that the previous year or so, the state legislature had reduced the limit from 250,000 to less than 50,000 that you were allowed in your savings. So I've lived in Manhattan since 1965, and I never imagined that finding a decent affordable apartment when I became a senior would be so difficult. Even apartment houses that are far from the subways and buses, like those in Brooklyn and the east side of Manhattan, are not available to me. I still lead a vital life. I go to the theater and to concerts with friends, but I don't have the income necessary to take taxis late at night to homes that are far removed from public transportation. So I would have no quality of life in remote places. I asked my landlord if he would give me more time to look for an apartment, and he said no, that I knew this was coming and it was unfair of me to even ask. So I asked the board's help that somehow, in my imagination, the best of all possible worlds would be that if these programs end, that landlords help each other by, showing them other places, like that they work with each other and affordable housing, say, well, you can't live here, but these are 6 other places you might, because this lottery system, everyone I know, especially older women, people who are under their 50s, I see that they keep on getting places even when they're placed. But those of us who are older never hear a thing when we apply for these places. That's my statement.
Thank you, Elda. We're gonna next go to Deborah Harris. We're trying to group people together. Deborah? Lucian, did you find Deborah?
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can, ma'am.
Okay, good evening. Yes, I'm a tenant at 225 Rector Place as well. I've been living here for almost 23 years. I've raised my children in this neighborhood. Prior to moving here, my daughter attended PS 234. She was actually the second graduate from that school, and that's when Manhattan Youth used to house their after-school program on the premises. I am also affected by COVID-19 because my husband is an independent contractor and his ability to earn income has come to a complete halt. I have a job, but my hours have been cut. I've been looking for an apartment for the past, I would have to say, more than 12 months. As of March 13th, when the city shut down, everything came to a halt, and I had no option but to think that, you know, the landlord would extend it for us to give us an opportunity for not just financial, but for our safety reasons, our health concerns, all of these things boiled up into one is just so overwhelming. And this has been a continuing process for us that live in 225 Rector Place because the building went through so many shifts. So after 9/11, we had to deal with that. Then the building changed hands. It went from rental to conversion to a condo. We had to deal with that. So we have been on shaky ground for more than 15 years, but right now it's at its peak. So we're asking you for your help and your support, or any programs or anything that comes across the table that could benefit us. I'm not a senior. However, you know, I feel really, 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 really saddened by the position that the seniors are in. So I'm here for myself as well as for them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have 3 more people from 225 Rector. Elisa De La Roche. And after Elisa, we're going to do Ann Stenson and Louise.
Can you hear me now?
We can indeed. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Yes, I'm part of the group also. I thought that Anne would give a summary first of the building, but we'll have that afterwards.
If you'd like to cede your time to her, you could, but it's up to you.
I'll just say it quickly and then she can go. Early this year, I found an apartment uptown and was preparing to move with my daughter in April. I'm over 70 and I have 9/11 related illnesses, including cancer, and I wasn't able to move because of the threat of COVID-19. I lost my security deposit and the apartment was rented to someone else. I've lived in this apartment for 34 years since the building opened in 1986. Then I raised my 3 children here. So yeah, I really want, you know, I am a senior, but I also am very concerned about the entire group of us not having an apartment to go to and having the threat of COVID all the time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So Ann Stenson, you're next.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I was going to start and give a sort of a summary, but it's really unnecessary now because I think you've heard from individuals about what their circumstances are, and they represent, each of them represents other people who are in the same circumstances. It's a total of 13 people. 8 of them are senior citizens. Many of us have lived in the building for 34 years. The most recent person to move in this group was moved in 15 years ago in 2005. As you've heard, many of them have 9/11 related illnesses, including cancer or other illnesses in relation to other things. And also they're suffering from loss of income. So we would really, and frankly, for some of the people who are really in a vulnerable spot, who have aged in this building or who don't have the income to move. It's really cruel to be pushing them out of this building right now. We would really appreciate your support in the form of a resolution or whatever else you can do. And in addition, I just want to note that Community Board 1 has as of 2015, the information I was able to find online, there are 16 421A buildings in Community Board 1. All of them have expiration dates and they get, the developers get generous tax subsidies out of taxpayer money and without enough protection for the tenants who live in these buildings. So we would really appreciate your help. And I cannot thank Councilman Chin enough. She and her staff are fabulous, and the people that they've connected us to are equally wonderful. They've really been helpful. Thank you.
You're welcome. Luis, did you want to add anything new to that? I know everyone has spoken before you. You are from the same building?
Yeah, thank you. Just maybe 10, 20 seconds, if I may. Kind of really sort of emphasizing the, the preference for the tenant group to stay. In Battery Park City, we've sort of, what I would say, been housing insecure for the last 15 years, to Deborah's point around sort of fighting off the multiple landlords that have tried to evict us on the back of the expiration of 421A. And it's an unfortunate position for us to be in, but even broader within Battery Park City, to Anne's point, the snowball just keeps getting larger with the number of folks that are sort of impacted and making basically Battery Park City an area for the ultra wealthy who are able to afford these apartments on the back of what I would say many of us, some that have already left, have helped build this neighborhood 34 years ago when no one wanted to live down here, right? And remain behind through 9/11 and Sandy. And living through a construction site for many years in this building. So to Anne's point around asking for your help in helping us stay in our apartments, helping us stay here short-term and longer term through most of the sort of venues that exist. And also asking for your support, right, in terms of sort of validating with Matt Fenton or bringing awareness to our situation today, but that will be the situation for many tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Luis. Okay, I think we're going to stay on the similar topic. I'm going to call Rosalie Joseph, who is from the Gateway Plaza Tenants Association. Rosalie. And after Rosalie, Lucian, can you unmute Rosalie, please?
It's unmuted.
Rosalie? We will come back to Rosalie. Let's move next to, okay, I'm trying to group people by topic. So now I've got 27 Vestry, the application. Bruce, there are 4 people to speak on this. Bruce Flatt will go first. After Bruce, we'll do Pinkar, Jet Li, and Elizabeth Selman. So Bruce Flatt.
I assume everyone knows the situation. 27 Vestry is looking for a liquor license to put into a facility and run a bar. I have 3 points to make. I live in the building next door at 33 Vestry, as do a number of other people, and a number of other neighbors are on the call. I have 3 points. Point 1 is that it's a dramatic change of use. It used to be an antique store. This license, if granted, is going to be a bar with music, loiterers, and drinkers on our street until 11:30 p.m. Under the current rules, And thank you for doing that. For restaurants, they will be granted outside premises. So now we're going to have a restaurant outdoors before where we had nothing. From a safety and security standpoint, the noise and traffic will be significant. And this is only one of two entrances into the Holland Tunnel. So they're now going to block one extra lane into the Holland Tunnel and the congestion. So point number one is we should turn down the application for that reason. Point two is that the owner who operates the deli on the corner that owns this building and will also own this bar has numerous health and exhaust violations against the building. The rats are in the premises and they disregard all of these things before. The owner doesn't follow the rules. So whatever rules you put on them, they will not follow, and they haven't in past. And therefore, for the second reason, this should be denied. Third, and maybe most importantly, we are going to go to the liquor authority and we are going to ensure this gets turned down. We're going to work our efforts to do that. And there's just no reason to create a disturbance in a very quiet street in a residential neighborhood, especially when there are many licensees, as I just heard on this, and Colin Mahoney said it earlier, there's many small businesses going bankrupt. So there are lots of other establishments available, and we will win at the SLA. And I think maybe the request to you is it would be very helpful to have your support. And I know you don't normally do this, but if you could turn this down with us, that would be very helpful to us when we go to the SLA. So thank you for listening.
You're welcome. There are three other people to speak on this, and I appreciate the passion that comes with this. And if there is nothing new to add or a different perspective, please feel free to unmute yourself and say, I completely agree with what's been said, but not repeat all of it, if that's possible. So Pink Card Jeffrey, Elizabeth Selman, and Philip Silvestri.
Thank you. This is Dinkar Jetli speaking. Can you hear me?
Yes, quite well.
Thank you. I shall keep this brief. I echo everything that Bruce Flatt has just said. Uh, as, uh, as a father with 10-year-old twin girls that live with us in the neighboring building to the proposed 27th Street Cafe and Bar, we are deeply concerned around the health and sanitation issues that Bruce has already alluded to with the neighborhood deli, which is only going to get exacerbated with this cafe and bar, with the extended hours of operation from early in the morning till midnight on many of the days of the week. And we're concerned about the safety. And also, this is the major access point for children going on a school run, going to Hudson Street. And with the cafe there opening early and staying open late, we're terribly concerned about that. So that's all I would like to add.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pinkar. Elizabeth Selman. Elizabeth?
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi. Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you. So I completely agree with Bruce. I have all of the same concerns and, just echo that I live directly across the street from this facility that's being proposed. And it would be extremely disruptive for someone who works in a hospital and works very early hours in the day to very late hours in the evening. It would be very concerning to safety and, to being able to function in this neighborhood. So I think I don't have much more to add, but just to say that I completely agree with the others that have spoken. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. That brings us to Philip Silvestri. Philip? Philip?
Tammy, I'm looking for his name.
Thank you. Sadly, he might be one of the call-in users that we don't know.
Oh boy.
Yep.
All right, let me.
but I think we're okay on that. I think
Okay,
we can.
I'll see what I can do.
That's okay. I think we can continue and move on.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to move on to the next topic of Abolition Park, and we're going to. Oh, here's Rosalie. Sorry. Can you unmute Rosalie, please?
Go ahead, Rosalie.
Rosalie. If Rosalie says if she can't be heard, she'll turn over to Pat Gray. So if you can unmute both of them, that would be great. Yep, I can hear you.
Oh, excellent. This is Pat Gray.
Perfect.
Okay, so if you bear with me, I'm going to read my statement. Okay, so my name is Pat Gray. I've been living in Battery Park City for 18 years, and I'm a member of the board of the Gateway Plaza Tenants Association. I join with Denise Harris Ector, my colleague on the GPTA board, in making this presentation, and thank you for the opportunity. We believe that the time is now to sincerely grapple with the racism that tragically, vividly, and boldly captured the country's attention, beginning with the killing of George Floyd on May 25th. We ask this community board today to respond to the truth of the accusation that longstanding racism continues to be insidiously inherent in all facets of everyday life. How might CB1 best respond? A key definition of a community board is that it plays an important role in improving the quality of life for all New Yorkers. And indeed, CB1 has a standing quality of life committee. We believe that now would be the time to expand it to include a racial and social justice standing working group dedicated to, and this is a bit of a list, educating itself on what racial and social justice truly means and sharing knowledge with other CB1 committees, developing some preliminary benchmarks that must be met for something, a proposal, a resolution, for example, to qualify as just, making justice an inherent component of all its proposals, initiatives, and activities going forward. Reviewing previous quality of life actions to determine whether they qualify as meeting the benchmarks or need reconsideration or adjustment, clearly a longer term project objective. Since justice cannot happen in a vacuum, the working group must actively seek collaboration with various constituencies and city agency in order to promulgate just proposals and resolutions. Communication leading to understanding is key in bringing communities together. I just, in closing, want to say I'm with you all right now by phone, and I can hear everything I'm saying right after I say it. So I'm sorry if I sounded stilted, but it throws me off a little bit. Again, thank you so much for hearing this presentation.
My pleasure. So I want to remind people that we have many people who are going to speak on the same topic, and we have 3 other topics tonight from the public meeting. So if Pat has covered everything that you wanted to say, I ask that you just say, I agree with Pat, because we do need to go on from here. So I'm going to start calling members of the public specifically about this and where we've gone. So I'll start with Gabe, who is a member of the public? Gabe, I don't have your last name from the sign-up sheet, nor do I see you. So if I don't see you stick a hand up, we will move to the next person.
You say Gabe?
That's what it says.
Okay. There's no one with just GABE.
Not a problem. Let's see. Roseanne Perry. And Rosalie Joseph has ceded her time, so she's fine. Roseanne?
Agree with Pat, Gray.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Sarah Cassell?
Hi.
Hi.
I agree with everybody that's gone before, but I'm also really appalled at the sheer number of policemen, police people, cops in that area, and the vast expense. I've spoken to several of them, and they're on overtime, and they're from other boroughs, and it's a huge, excessive use of force that's very expensive. I'm on youth and ed. We need a lot of money for all of the changes that are happening in our children's education. It's a huge misuse and it's excessive. That's it. Thanks.
Perfect. Thank you, Sarah. Randy Williams. Randy, you are unmuted now.
Hi, my name is Randy Williams. I'm one of the organizers. My team is the NYC Marchers. We were stationed on the sidewalk next to City Hall Park. We built a very beautiful community. Coming from our lower class neighborhoods and being met with love, joy, as well as understanding in this district was absolutely beautiful. We have fed homeless. We have helped house homeless. We've dealt with individuals with emotional as well as mental issues. We've been met, as the young lady just stated, with so many law enforcement officers that it's absolutely scary. We've had members of the community board walk through to see for themselves, because there's a narrative about us that it was just a homeless encampment. My teams, we have came out of pocket to help others. We've come out of pocket to bring unity and camaraderie amongst neighborhoods and people of different ethnicities, sexes, sexual orientations that would have never come together before this time. I've been in contact with a couple of board members and also just local members of these districts, Battery Park, Tribeca, and so forth and so on. And we're asking for support in continuing our fight for justice as well as understanding.
Thank you. We appreciate you coming, and hang on, because I know that the Quality of Life team will be taking many of these aspects on. Mariama, you wanted to speak? And I'm going to ask that you note that we're 7:13. There are members of the public with 3 other items not related to this and more members to speak on this topic. So if the article is the same as anything we've discussed, I'm happy to summarize it.
Hi, Tammy. No, I wish I could, but the article is not, and I think it's important that I read it. Although I also share all the sentiments of the gentleman that just spoke, Randy, of Sarah, of Rosalie, of Denise, all of them. I wasn't aware of what they were going to say or even that they were going to be here. So we don't share the same comments. I want to speak to the fact, first of all, that yesterday the country laid to rest a champion of racial justice and equality. And from memory, the Honorable John Lewis was only 17, 18, 19, maybe, when he wrote a letter to Dr. King of his interest in civil rights. And Dr. King not only replied to him, but sent him a plane ticket so he could go join him. And ever since, he had remained on the front lines of this issue. So with that in mind, and the fact that he had just passed at the end of last week, it was very upsetting to me that the city chose that particular time to make what I felt was a really adversarial and unnecessarily aggressive and offensive action, not just against the protesters and Community Board 1's homeless people who existed before the protesters got there, but of the residents, taxpayers, property owners, renters, workers in this community by closing off Barclay through Duane Streets to foot traffic. There are several areas of the district where there is not only not a bike lane to even walk in, but you are literally walking in the middle of the street. There's nobody conducting traffic. There, you have to, the cars are honking because their light is green and they're wondering what you're doing in their way. So I'm going to presume that it was inadvertent, that it wasn't purposeful, and that maybe there is a misunderstanding. So that's why I wanted to go to this article. It is written by the Milwaukee Independent and a gentleman named Patrick Benjamin. On June 21st, he posted this. My dear white friends, I'm about to lay some hardcore truth on you right now. Many of you are the problem. Yes, you read that right. Many of you are the reason why these riots are happening. Many of you are the reason why it has come to this. This is especially true if you've ever, and especially in the last weeks, said any of the following. Number one, it's awful, but ... No, no buts. In the English language, the word but is often used to deflect or to justify behavior. Police murdering Black people in the street is awful, period. End of discussion. Number two, I support the movement, but not these disruptive protests. No, you don't. Right now, the movement is taking the form of disruptive protests. They're the same thing. You either want police to stop murdering Black people in the street or you don't. If you do, then support the protests, even if you find them disruptive and frustrating, because that's Black people fighting for their lives. Number three, all lives / white lives matter too. No one said they didn't. The conversation is specifically about Black lives right now because police are murdering them in the street. Until police stop doing that and white people stop dismissing it, it's not all lives matter. It's most lives matter. It's not all lives matter until Black lives matter too. Stay focused. Number four, there are good cops. This isn't about the actions of individuals. It's about systemic state-sanctioned violence against Black people and other people of color. In fact, racism, historically and currently, is so embedded in policing that even if there weren't any bad... Yes?
Mariama.
Yes?
How much I'm going to be the one that's going to get yelled at for asking. There are 6 more people behind you who want to talk on the same topic. So I'm happy to let you finish this article.
Okay.
So,
but I'm on the screen of the article, so I can't even see the time that I've taken. There's more points.
You're well in beyond, and I didn't want to stop you in the middle of your mojo because you're rolling, but understand that where I'm going with the others who are coming behind you.
Okay. All right. I'll try to be quick because I don't know who the other people are or what they're going to say.
Okay.
Number 5, I don't know if I was finished with 4, but number 5, I don't support the looting and destruction. No one says you have to, but please stop acting like looting nullifies the entire protest. And definitely stop acting like looting is just as bad. That's like comparing someone stealing your car someone murdering your child. They're not equally bad. Stop pretending they are. Police murdering Black people in the street is definitely worse than robbing a Target. Number 6, just because I'm white doesn't mean my life has been easy. Of course not. Everyone struggles, but being white has never been one of those struggles. Being poor is a struggle. Being handicapped is a struggle. Being a woman is a struggle. Being gay is a struggle. Being an immigrant is a struggle. Being white has never been a struggle. The same can't be said for people of color. I could go on about white privilege, but it would be so much easier if you educated yourself instead. This isn't about how you, a white, cisgender, straight man or woman, has suffered in your life. This is about police murdering Black people in the street. Stop trying to make it about you. 7, I really wish they could protest peacefully. Of course you do. They're easier to ignore that way. And what you really want for them is to die more quietly. People of color have been peacefully protesting for hundreds of years. It hasn't been all that successful. The reason riots and violent demonstrations work is because it makes people, especially white people, uncomfortable. You can't ignore them when they're waving torches in your faces. It scares you. It puts you on edge, which is exactly where you need to be. People only pay attention to the extreme. If you have trouble recalling a single one of the hundreds of peaceful protests that BLM has held across North America last year, but you can still recall with crystal clarity the 1992 Los Angeles riots, then you've just proven my point. It's okay. I think you guys get it. There's more. I can send the article if people want to read it themselves.
This is not going anywhere. I know that, but I also want to give the other members of the public an opportunity.
Yes, it's okay. It's okay.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to take a quick shot and I'm going to ask Justine.
I have Gail Brewer in the panelist list. Just so she just signed on.
Okay, so we're going to take a quick break. We're going to welcome Gail Brewer. And then I'm going to ask Lucian to reach out to all the other members of the public who signed up to speak about this topic. Ask if you definitely, if your point has been covered, we will read your name for the record. So it will show that you have been here and you wanted to speak on this subject, but if your topic has been covered. And I will also get back to the 4 other folks for Vestry, as well as the Fulton Stall, Northmore, EDC. All right, thank you. And welcome, Gail Brewer, the Honorable Gail Brewer, our Manhattan Borough President. It's nice to see you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Tammy. I'll be very quick because the public is extremely important. I hope you can hear me. I think you can.
Okay.
So I think the most important issue, and I think you agree, are the schools. We've had pandemic on health and racial justice and small business, but the schools are a challenge. I actually, having talked to a lot of the CEC's parents, principals, I hope that the majority of them do not open. It is virtual, and we work on coming to spaces or schools for special activities. And somebody can deal with the kids 10 and under as an IEPs, but generally that would be my suggestion. And I'll leave it at that for now. But that's my general feeling, having talked to hundreds of parents and principals. Number 2, I know we're sick of the census, but we're still pretty low. And we are doing some walking tours, not in your district, but we're going to walk in Soho on Friday from 4 to 7. We are also Battery Park area and financial district are low, so let's keep working on that. We did do a very intensive study of pedestrian ramps. It's in the Daily News today or yesterday. Just the fact that so many of them are broken, hard on wheelchairs, particularly those leading to subways. I know that you're going to talk a lot about the small businesses down the line, open spaces. I think you should just let us know if there are issues. We walked around the Lower East Side today with the commissioner and Assemblymember Epstein, handing out masks and so on. And, you know, they're struggling. You know the deal. Open streets is something we always support, but that's not the only way that they can survive. I am very concerned about affordable housing. Gateway, congratulations, although it's not a perfect settlement. You work as residents incredibly hard. Battery Park City in general should be proud of those residents. Amazing tour de force. But there are aspects to it we're going to keep working on. But the whole homeless issue, not so much perhaps all through CB1, but I am certainly working on every other community board with the homeless and the hotels and the encampments, etc. So we do have calls out to everybody who's ever worked on affordable housing. We're going to get info. We're going to try to put together some kind of a task force to at least have, this is what needs to get done in terms of that issue. We're very concerned about some of the environmental issues. No street litter pickup on Sunday. It's terrible. 65% cut to weekday garbage pickup. These are challenges. If you have a bid, or maybe if you have, Chamber of Commerce, or you have the Battery Park, it doesn't show. But boy, where there is nothing of the above, it's a big problem. So I am not supportive. We're going to try to keep working on pushing that to be funded. We are also concerned about organics. We know that there's no more pickup of organics or petressables. So we are working with NYU. You're welcome to join us, Solid Waste Advisory Board, to come up with a year-long study on what is a way to pick up organics and make it profitable for the city of New York, because other places do it, and it's crazy to send all that heavy petressable to the landfill. On the waste issue, you should know that we've been pushing the Department of Environmental Protection somewhat successfully to have a lab in New York City, to have experts in New York City, not to send it to Stanford. Our waste can tell us 6 days in advance where there is a hot spot for any kind of a virus, not just the horrible pandemic that we're dealing with, COVID-19, but any other virus. And we're close. It's not 100% done yet, but we're close. That would be incredibly important. And just finally, the mural, as you know, is in your district. I think it's the best mural. It's amazing. It goes on Center Street from Reed to Worth along Foley Square. It's gotten a New York Times review. It's gotten some of the top architectural magazines in the country review, A+. Great artists picked by the Cultural Affairs. And thank you very much for everything that you're doing. And it's much more important to listen to the community. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Gail, for being with us. So we're, again, going back super quickly because we have a lot of people who would like to speak. We're going to go to, let's say, Caroline Miller, who signed up to speak. Caroline?
Can you hear me?
We can, thank
Oh,
you.
for a change of topic, I'm here. My name is Caroline Mill. I live at 275 Water Street. I'm a member of Save Our Seaport and the Seaport Alliance, but I'm speaking for myself. I'm here to urge the members of CB1 to adopt the Land Use Committee resolution calling for EDC transparency on deals under discussion for the public assets at the seaport. The EDC has not been an effective steward of the seaport, a very vulnerable area of the city, and we need a public trust to take over that function. But in the meantime, we need transparency to prevent more development decisions that do not represent the public interest. There have just been way too many last-minute reveals. The Howard Hughes Corporation, the major leaseholder, refuses repeatedly to disclose its plans, and we find out that they've been cooked behind closed doors for years. We've been saved a number of times by public officials and advocates coming together. The most potentially disastrous was the super tall building for the new market site, but it's happening too often. It's happening now. And it's only sleuthing by Seaport activists that reveals what's in the works. CB1 has stepped up numerous times to oppose bad deals that the EDC has facilitated, and I hope you will support this effort to bring the whole of the EDC's dealings into the open. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And I'm sorry to say I have to leave for the Shiva, so I'm sure.
You have a co-chair.
Okay, bye.
Bye. Okay, so let's go to Jordy next. Jordy Getman.
I'm scanning for it. What's that? How does Jordy's name start?
With a J and Jordi and Getman.
I don't have anybody with the J-O-R name in the list.
Okay, he may have fallen off. He was calling about, to read his stuff into the record, he was calling about the Fulton Stall Market, in support of the Fulton Stall Market to a larger location for the full 10,000 square feet. That was initially agreed back in 2013. And I believe we have a resolution on that. So it's he and Francis Mejia. I don't think Francis is in there either. So that is his, we have his written testimony that we can copy into the chat for that. So I'm going to call him as confirmed, Aaron Chen, about 56 North Moore.
Sorry, can you say the first name one more time?
It's Aaron Chen.
I'm not saying anybody with that name.
Okay, we will move on past Aaron Chen. He is a member of the public and was speaking verbal testimony in support of 56 North Moore. Okay, we're going to go back to vestry because we still have a large group of people. Again, if you've already spoken about it, please, Nina, I'm going to ask you to unmute yourself. And if it's nothing else but to say I agree with everything that's been said, that would be fantastic. We've got 3 people who are on the line specifically for that. Nina?
Okay. Hello. Hi. Can you hear me?
Very well. Thank you.
Hi. I'll be very quick. I agree with all the previous speakers and I echo their concerns. I'd just like to quickly add, I live directly opposite 28 Vestry Street. I live on the ground floor level, and as my neighbours, we have 5 children who have bedrooms, sub-basement level, directly opposite. Our living rooms are directly opposite. I'm very concerned about people not being allowed to stand outside the business, walking over the street, having conversations and smoking, and just being generally disruptive to a quiet residential side street that doesn't have any other businesses on it. It used to be a light store, and there's plenty of vacant properties on main streets. I don't know why we need to change the character of the street from a family residential street to bars and restaurants. Thank you.
You're welcome. And that leaves us with Lily Lyons. It'll be 1 minute, Lily. I think Lily may have dropped off. Okay, Lily Lyons was also on that. That's okay. So we will move on. There is one more person from Vestry, and this is somebody on the opposite side of the perspective. So we've got Lily. Sarah Fairbarn. I believe you spoke, yes? Let's see if we can unmute Sarah. And after Sarah, Mark Schneider. March Schneider.
All right, I'm going to unmute Mark.
There you go.
You're unmuted, sir.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, everybody. It is Mark, not March, middle initial H. Thanks very much for the opportunity to speak. As you heard, I represent the condominium at 33 Vestry Street. You've heard a number of residents speak about this. And one of the things that you should note is that there are multiple establishments that have liquor licenses within 500 feet, which then turns to the public interest exception to the rule, where you're supposed to consider things such as the character of the neighborhood, the traffic. You heard that this establishment will absolutely attract people to drive and create further parking and traffic issues. You also have the issues of disturbances. And when we look at the COVID situation, when they testified before the CB1 meeting, they actually indicated they were not going to refuse to ask for a sidewalk license, which a lot of restaurants are being given. The issue here is the alcohol and the potential disturbances that will occur to the neighboring, to the residents that are in these condominium homes on this very quiet street that doesn't have anything of its character or its nature. In fact, the only other establishment that's commercial in nature is the corner deli. This is not the place for an alcohol, a bar type establishment, and we strongly suggest that you deny this application, not just put restrictions on it, which was the CD1's recommendation. And I thank you. I know that you've received letters and you've also heard people speak on this, and I've gone past my time, so I thank you very much.
Okay.
Tammy, are you on mute?
Sorry, on mute, trying to drink a cup of coffee at this rate. All right, let's call on Audie Martell about Pace University. And Audie, we're down to 1 minute for everybody. I apologize for keeping you short. I know you were here waiting.
That's okay. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, great. I'm just calling because I wanted to complain this past weekend, the project that is going on at the Vanderbilt building that Pace owns, they are doing demo, first of all, on a Saturday, which I don't think is allowed. I don't think that they currently have permits to do demo right now. And they're taking out big pieces of drywall walls. When asked about it, they said that they were just moving furniture out, which is just not true. There was a truck that was double parked on Beekman Street and was crushing, pieces of walls. I have no idea if there's asbestos in there. It's just a hazard to our neighborhood, first of all. The noise factor on the weekend is ridiculous. I know that Pace and Us All Green are trying to circumvent the community and not hear from us and what this means to our entire neighborhood. Our building, and I'm from 140 Nassau, and our building is landmarked. All of those buildings are landmarked, and it seems that there's no consideration of that and what the needs are of the community. And I just wanted to make a complaint about that and see if there's anything that we can do to slow this process, because they are not interacting with us at all. They are not sharing their plans with the community, and I think that's important.
Thank you very much. We have heard you. This has been a topic that's been discussed widely and will continue to be discussed. We're hopeful that Pace will come to us with a master plan as well. All right. It's 7:36. We're a slight bit over. We have Justine, Taylor, Katie, Rivka, and Winston. I think a lot has been said. If you have something new to add for the dialogue, please do so. I'm going to call Justine. I'm sorry. I'm going to call on members of the public who have not spoken.
That's fine. You can call me last, or I can say what I'm going to say in support or commenting on the resolution. But that's new business during the full board session.
Then you are excused to talk during full board. That would be fantastic. Thank you. Okay, Winston Bailey, do you have anything new to add?
Winston, you're now muted. Well, actually not able to unmute you.
You know why?
You're unmuted now, Winston.
Winston, do you have anything new you would like to add that has not been said?
No, I have nothing that I would like to add. My conversation.
We appreciate your calling in, and we are here for the record, so you are continually included for the record. Katie? Do you have anything new to add?
I'm sorry, Winston, what exactly was he agreeing
He's
with?
talking City Hall Park and the protest. He was asking, he is in support of the protests and the movements. Katie?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm in support of the same things, and I was gonna ask to yield my time to Mariama to let her finish talking, but if,
She's good.
okay.
Thanks, Katie. Taylor, do you have anything new that has not been said yet on the topic?
Hello, can you hear me? This is Taylor.
We can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. I do have something new. I actually am going to let you know that I've heard from a few people who plan to be on this call tonight. One of which is Gabe. He actually cannot make it because he has just witnessed arrests taking place of his friends. He's helping people right now in Manhattan and Lower Manhattan deal with being maced by the police and taken. And actually, I hope this board knows that right now people are being picked up into unmarked cars by the police. I do have more things to say. Please,
I know. I will let you. We can
I had
enter
also prepared.
Gabe's. We will be entering Gabe's comments in for the public record. He sent
Okay,
them.
will you read them onto the audio too? Because
I'd be happy to.
chat won't get recorded. So I had prepared visuals to bring to this meeting, but they were not welcomed. They were visuals that provided context for Abolition Park. This board, I guess, didn't accept it for tonight. I hope they're welcome soon. I would like to say that as a resident of Battery Park City and I live in Community Board District 1, I'm very upset and very disappointed that the raid of Abolition Park took place last week and usurped the conversations that this Community Board's Quality of Life Committee was having with Abolition Park organizers. The raid was incredibly unjust. The police encampment that has since occupied City Hall is also unjust. And as a resident, I would like to point out there has been increased police brutality, aggression, presence, and arrests of citizens and harm to those citizens in CB1 this summer. It really begs the question. We've been coming to this community board for months. It begs the question, when will CB1 seriously address systemic racism in CB1? Thank you so much. I also had a friend who was gonna call in who just got arrested, and she in CB1 was injured by police. They broke her arm, and people here, our friends and family, are experiencing police brutality. CB1 needs to address it, and we need to take seriously that the community would like to speak, and it feels like the community board, even though you represent the community, doesn't really want to hear us. So I support everything that Pat and Variama and Roseanne and Rosalie and Randy and Gabe says he supports everything that Randy said as well, and Winston. Thank you so much.
Taylor, we
Black
want to
Lives
give
Matter.
Rivka. We want to give Rivka a chance to speak next, please. And Rivka, I believe, is our last member of the public for the night. Rivka?
Hi, good evening. I just wanted to say that, first of all, humanity is not a popularity vote. That's one. The fact that people are sitting here being arrested and everyone's face is just not caring is an issue. It's an issue in itself for the simple fact that I myself have been abused in that park. It is an issue for the simple fact that your community is failing to realize that a protest is happening and your police are causing more of an obstruction to the community than the actual people are. I think your community board needs to take the time to yield to what humanity actually is and reevaluate what your position in this community is. All I have to say after that is Black Lives Matter.
Thank you. I'm going to read in for Gabe, who, as Taylor said, couldn't be here. We have found sergeants who, this is Gabe, I do not have his last name because he didn't log in with us. We have found sergeants who have over 5 cases against them regarding police misconduct and abuse and child photography, soliciting, prostitution, and much, much more. We have their names and they patrol the Battery Park community on a daily basis. That is his testimony. I think I've gotten everyone who asked to speak tonight. It has been probably one of the largest public sessions we have ever had. We want to thank everybody for their time and for their willingness to come in and talk with us and give testimony. And with that, we are closing the public session. And by closing the public session, we start our business session. So let's move forward. Okay, Diana, slides. Okay. All right, so with that, we'd like to call for a motion to approve the June minutes. I'll take a second. Great.
I second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Are there any objections? Are there any recusals? Abstentions?
I did not get to weigh in. I'm I, Tom Burton.
Perfect. Okay, so Lucian, take it away. District manager's report, please.
Everyone, I'll move through this a little faster today. So just a quick update on July. I spent much of the month working on quality of life issues surrounding the protests within the Department of Parks jurisdiction in City Hall Park. There was a number of quality of life issues that were prevalent in the general area and within the park. But the largest issue of all was the access to City Hall, Brooklyn Bridge City Hall, and especially the elevator. We were working with the MTA to reestablish elevator service. I want to thank the Quality of Life Committee for engaging with the people of the protests at City Hall Park. We were making inroads to create conditions to allow the MTA to turn the elevator back on when the NYPD dismantled the protest site and then surrounded the elevator with barricades. So now we're at square one again, perhaps even a little further from success with this NYPD barricade. So we're working to try to have NYPD pull back this barricade. It's not just that you'll hear in the resolution in new business. There's a number of issues with these barricades that endanger pedestrians, prevent access to the disabled, to a number of elements of the transportation system. And the MTA, I spoke with them today, are not happy with this lack of access. They want access reestablished as well. And so moving along, the executive committee discussed Decorum and Robert's rules as they apply to our own meetings at this past meeting this month. So the result of that conversation is that I will be a little less hesitant with the mute button if members are speaking over other members. It's a lot harder for us to have conversations with multiple people speaking in a virtual setting. So I will do more to try to instill order through the use of the mute button. But the general rule of thumb is if the chair hasn't recognized you to speak, it's a greater likelihood that you may be muted so that others who are recognized may speak. A couple items on 1 Center Street reopening. The building will reopen to the general public. However, everyone must wear a mask. You must sign a waiver to enter the building. 4 people at a time to the elevator. So as you can imagine, that may create a bit of a bottleneck to get up to the 22nd floor. But we are preparing to come back to the office on a regular basis, though we may not be able to count on meeting spaces like we used to. The Borough President's Office, DCAS, they have rationally are looking to limit the access to their meeting spaces until we have a better handle of how to do so safely. CB1's meeting space may also be so reduced in the amount of people we may have meetings. So there's a lot of hurdles that we need to get over yet, but it's something that we're thinking about on a daily basis. And with that, Tammy, I see my time back to you.
Perfect. Next slide. Treasurer's report. Please unmute both Joel and Mariama. Joel, I think it's all you. Close it out. Joel. Lucian, you have Joel. He's in an attendees.
Find him. Hold on. Okay, Joel.
Okay, thank you, Lucian. Good evening, everyone. So we just ended our fiscal year. Mariana will be taking over going forward. Congratulations, Mariama.
Thank you.
Enjoy. Lots of help from Lucy, because she's amazing.
I
Just
agree.
couple expenses in the fourth quarter. About $1,685 for new laptop for Deanna. $1,340 for COVID expenses, masks, just materials keeping people safe in the office. And those really are the two biggest expenses. We do have next year's budget, which is about $254,384, of which $236,000 will be for personal services. That's going to leave an excess of about $18,000 for Lucy to run the office, but the city has notified us that that will be cut in half to $9,000. So we'll only have $9,000 to run the office next year. Of course, we could always dip into the street fair money, which is at $161,000. As you know, our consultant's salary will come out of that. So my only caution is in the foreseeable future, as Mariam and I talked about this last night, there is really no money coming in for street fairs anymore. So the 161 is pretty much what we're going to have for a while. So I think we need to be judiciously thrifty is how we spend our money going forward, besides the consultants. And that's about it. And I just wanted to say thank you. And Mariama, I wish you the best.
Thank you so much, Joel. And I completely agree with what you just said. As you know, I'm further concerned with, as I'm sure everybody here is, we have no idea how much more the government at any level, local, state, or Fed, is going to have to cut the budget. And so, and not earning any income, we really do need to be as frugal as possible moving forward. Thanks. That's all.
I have a question.
Go for it, Jeff.
However,
Bob, I can hear you cursing.
oh yeah, I'm sorry. I have a question.
Yes.
I didn't button to press. Is the community board allowed to accept donations?
No.
No.
So the street fair is in a different category than a donation.
Correct.
I'm wondering, we should get a ruling on that.
You know what, Bob? I'm not really sure about that. And Tammy, we've had the film industry, when they've been shooting films down here, give us small stipends of $1,500 and $2,000 that goes into our budget.
You know what? We'll take this offline and we'll have an answer for next month. We're going to do executive. So
Sure, I'd like to be
answer then.
Sure, Tammy, I'd like to be involved in that discussion too, because I'm not so sure we could take I don't know what the difference
Bob,
is. Okay.
We'll have an answer at the
thank
next
you.
meeting.
Thank you, Tammy.
No sweat. All right. Moving along. I want to thank very much Joel for your service as treasurer. Thank you so much. Mariama, welcome to the fray. Nothing like jumping in the pool. Okay, let's go back up one. Go back up one, Diana. Okay, that's my new slide. So welcome to Community Board 1. We are an incredibly dynamic location. So you can see from the beautiful shores of Governor's Island to the streets that have been blocked off around City Hall, we've got a lot to do. Next slide. Okay. CB1 now has a repository for information about 250 Water Street. If you are looking for this information, it's listed under external information. The link is right there. It will specifically take you to the 250dcp.com website, which has all the updates. So there is a very public, very accessible way. Everything will be posted there that comes to us. Work is still continuing. The monitor is still there. Next slide. Starting September 2020, we are going to launch a new task force, which is Monuments and Historical Dedications. Please email the office if you are a board member that would like to participate by August 15th. Many may apply, but not everyone will be confirmed. Task force runs for 1 year. Each meeting will have to have quorum, so know that if you sign up, you need to make it to have quorum. And meetings will be independent of any specific committee, so that we'll meet on a separate night. And all work that comes out of that comes directly back to the chair. Next slide. Engagement and outreach. We have talked long on this board about reaching people and getting words out and sharing information. I want to start this with all of our members and our public members. Please find the contact name, email for your residential building, your management company, your condo or co-op board, your tenant association, where you work, your schools, and the neighborhood not-for-profits. Make sure you ask them if we can add their name to our CB1 database so they can get our newsletters and they can see what's going on. Ask them to follow us on Twitter or Facebook. We cannot be in touch with the community if we don't get information out and if they can't find us. So we are 50 members strong, plus our public team. Let's get the word out. Next slide. Okay, you hear the census mentioned many times. This shot I took today, when you look and you see, this has all our zip codes and all our area. And you will look and say to yourself, wow, you know what? There's some areas that are not doing too badly. If you live in 10038 or 10280 or 10013, those numbers look at least over 50%. However, when you target them to funding, it says that even though those are the best reporting neighborhoods, they are at a high risk for being undercounted for funding for young children. There's just not enough that I can say to expand how that goes and how much money we stand to lose. All of CB1, except for 10038 and 10280, are in the bottom 20% of self-response rates nationwide. So I took this nice little section of Tribeca, and that's where the red is, and you think, hey, well, that looks pretty good, right? That's over 50%. But guess what? That's the response rate as of yesterday. But in 2010, it was 69.9. We've built 3 schools since 2010. We've had explosive growth. We are absolutely not out of the woods for the census. I don't care. You cannot respond to the census if you're in Europe. I get that. Or whoever got stuck there out of the country. But if your friends are anywhere, make sure you tell every neighbor, every friend, fill out the census. Next slide. Okay, we have spent some time doing the buzz of what's happening in our neighborhood, but the weekly buzz of what's happening is now moving off of the chair report and to our Friday newsletters. So you'll see that every Friday afternoon for things that have happened in the last couple weeks. The only things that will come into the chair report looking forward is if there's a call to action, i.e. fill out your census, or if there's new information that pops up since the Friday report has gone out. And that goes with our village in the Battery. Next. With that ends my chair report. And the goal is that it should be short every week. So read the newsletters if you want to see the fun things that are going on. Okay, our executive committee report, chugging right along. Next slide. We have, many of you know, the executive order expires August 5th. If there is not an extension to the executive order, then in the August 13th meeting, we will address what that means for meetings and how that will work. We have been working with Assemblymember New's office on some permanent changes to the open meeting law to allow us to continue to meet virtually as a standard. That does not omit our goal and desire that we stated early on this year, that the goal was always to have our meetings live streamed even when we're back in person. But this is about changing the structure, so if you need to be remote, you can be. Committee chairs, all the resolutions and links to the reports that you do during the committee work needs to be to the office by noon on Friday before the full board. That way we can send all of this information out to the public and they can see the reports, they can read the resolutions, and not only ourselves, but everyone else can be a little bit more engaged. And remember, of course, please read the resolutions before we come to the board meeting. Next slide. Okay, this was Robert's rules and meeting decorum. You'll notice tonight the chat is only open to the host and presenter. We are trying to make sure that everything that is said is recorded on the transcription as required by law. If you're having any connection issues, definitely chat with the host. Everyone has the right to be heard. We want to get your point out efficiently so others can be recognized, and then we come back to you if you need to. No shouting over anybody, use the hand raise. If you can't find the hand raise, chat to the host and the host will let us know. There are two options that we can use in Robert's rules: a motion to limit discussion for a time period. That can be done at any time. Once any motion is made, even if it's a calling the question and seconded, I ask you that discussions need to stop. The ruling has to be determined. And there's got to be no shouting over it. That's just how Robert's rules work. Next slide. Okay, so we had a great presentation with Hannah, and it was about facilitation skills training, managing expectations, setting up a discussion, how to keep the discussion moving along to include a diversity. Healthy democracy is not consensus, but hearing all sides. Most importantly, specify and stay on topic. Acknowledge points that are made on the record to reduce repetition, and using a timer for speakers. We tried a timer this time. We're going to get better at using it and figuring out how to have that be very functional for virtual meetings and in person. All righty, next. Conflict of interest. Training is every 2 years. If you missed it at the end of June, they have it on Twitter, they have it on YouTube. I promise it is probably one of the most entertaining things to watch in terms of training that we do. Next. If you have a question of any kind as a board member, call the conflict of interest board, not afterwards, but before. If you have to think or wonder, just ask. It's easier to ask in the beginning than try and worry afterwards. And with that, I close my executive meeting. Updates. Any questions? Fantastic. Hopefully I was under my own time. And Bruce is not here. He had to go to a Shiva. So let's get Jason. Jason, can you unmute yourself? So you can do landmarks. And remember that the first resolution will be roll call.
Jason, you're unmuted. Jason? Tammy, you might want to go to the next committee.
Yeah, I'm down with that. We'll come back for Jason. Go to the next committee. Okay. Elizabeth, are you ready with personnel?
Yes, I am. This is going to be really quick. I know
Awesome.
there's a lot of stuff tonight. So this is going to be quick. Basically, last night the Personnel Committee met to renew the consultant's contract. We put out an RFP. We had the only applicants that applied are our current consultants for Mesh and through Beta NYC, it was Ramesh and Jen. So we did a brief interview. We agreed to renew their contract for another year. So we revisited again in August of 2021. And what we all agreed as well was to increase their hours between the two of them, 5 additional hours. And we also agreed to a small raise of an additional $1 per hour. So I think it was $22.50 per hour. We increased it to $23.50. This was done in consultation with Joel and Mariama, the former and the current treasurer, who are both on the committee. And as Joel said earlier, we need to be judicious about the street fair money. And this was done. They're both on the committee. We talked about this quite extensively because the consultants, their salary does come from the street fair money. And we felt the need to give them a bit of a raise since we've been very happy with their work. They haven't gotten really a raise before. And we did feel the need to increase their hours somewhat, not excessively. So we did feel that this was a judicious decision. And so that's what we decided. So anyway, we can vote. Any questions or comments? If not, we can vote on the resolution.
I'm looking to see if there's any questions. There's a motion on the floor to call the question. I second it. I see no questions or hands up. This will have to be a roll call for Colin and for Brittany.
Great. So I can start, Tammy? We're good.
Yep, go for it.
Great. So please only unmute if you're voting. And when you are voting, please say your last name and then your vote. So for example, for me, it'd be Wade, yes. So with that, get started. Anne Maruso?
Is excused.
Excuse. Okay, great. Burton? Burton? Is he on mute? No? Okay, we'll come back to that one. Blank?
Yes.
Brown Kennedy?
Yes.
Cameron?
Yes.
Cassell? Cassell?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, yes. Great. Thank you. Chang? Okay, we'll come back. Chapman? Chapman? Okay.
You heard me?
No, I didn't hear you. Go ahead.
Chapman, yes.
Chapman, yes. Okay, great. Thanks.
Charkoudian, yes.
Great. Thank you. Chu is excused. Cole?
Cole, yes.
Kuchia?
Kuchia, yes, thank you.
Great. Thank you. Cunningham?
Cunningham, yes.
Great. Thank you.
Curtis, yes.
Great. Min is excused. Mimi? Flynn? Sorry. Flynn?
Flynn, yes.
Great. Frank Kerr?
Hey, Brittany. Yeah, Frank Kerr's a yeah.
Did I say your last name right, Michael? Frank Kerr?
Yes, yes.
Okay, great. Friedman?
That's a yes, and I was just trying to call in. That's how I'm speaking about landmarks. So, Lucien, if you can like unmute 917-923-5102 when you want me to talk about the landmarks, that would be awesome.
Okay, keep moving. Lucien will work on the background, I assume. Okay, so Froman?
Froman, yes.
Great, thanks. Galloway?
Galloway, yes.
Goldstein?
Goldstein, yes.
Gupta?
Gupta, yes.
Great. Jesse? Great. James?
James, yes.
Great. Joyce? Joyce? Okay, we'll come back. Kay?
Yes.
Great. Canal?
Cannell, yes.
Kettering?
Kettering, yes.
Great. Capel?
Copel, yes.
Clementis? Clementis?
Not here today.
Not here. Okay. Lemaire?
Lamory, yes.
Lamory, thank you. Lerner?
Yes.
Lewinson?
Lewinson, yes.
Mahoney?
Mahoney, yes.
McHugh?
McHugh, yes.
Meltzer?
Meltzer, yes, and welcome to the fray, Brittany.
Thanks. Mihalski? Mihalski? Okay, we'll come back. Myhawk?
Yes.
Okay. Monjovi?
Yes.
Moore,
Moore, yes.
Nataro,
Nataro, yes.
thank you. Schneck,
Schneck, yes.
Mar,
Yes. Sorry, yes.
great. Sung, okay, we'll come back. Tedesco,
Yes.
Townley,
Townley, yes.
great. Wade, yes. Weinstock,
Weinstock, yes.
No.
She,
Yes.
Zelter,
Yes. Zelter, yes.
great. Okay, so we'll go back through here for some people that we didn't get answers from. Burton, okay. Chang,
Hi, Chang, yes.
Chang, yes. Okay, great. Thanks. Mariama, you're a yes, right?
Yes.
Okay. Joyce,
I think Jesse is here, Joyce is not.
I have Jesse. I don't have Joyce, so we're good there. Clementis, okay. Mahalski, and Sung. Okay, we're good.
Vera is here. I'm not sure what's going on with her. I'm gonna
Yeah,
ask.
sorry, Brittany. Yeah, Sung, yes. Thank you.
Sung, yes. Okay, great. Thank you. Great. Motion passes. Thank you.
Okay, Brittany, thank you for your first roll call. Okay. Let's back up if we can to do landmarks so we can get through landmarks, and then we'll go to Alice on environmental. Okay. Jason, you with us?
By phone. Can anyone hear me? I'm here by phone. Okay, terrific.
Loud
I'm
and clear.
sorry.
It's okay. 107
Okay.
South Street's your first resolution up.
Okay,
And then,
so 107 South. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Oh, okay, 107 South Street. No, I don't think that was contentious at all. It's a roof addition to a very contributing building in a nice row of buildings on South Street, kind of like the famous South Street block that faces the river. And if you're familiar with the block, you'd know that another firm, BKSK, had done an enlargement to a building next door on the corner, and this kind of mimics that by making a sloped roof and kind of a dormer window. And while it's highly visible and is quite a bit of height, somewhat of 20 feet of height, I think they did a great job of trying to fit it in, and also should be commended, and I think the resolution does, to that they came back unusually and listened to the recommendations of our committee and addressed them, and much appreciated. So that was, I think, everybody was in approval of that, I think. And then we had, Bruce did, what was it, 3-something Broadway? What was the resolution? I'm sorry. I don't have it in front of me. I'm sorry.
3.7 Broadway.
Yeah, non-controversial also. Bruce wrote a great resolution. And then I'll just think, should we just be voting on those and then talk about the last one and just a little controversy there? And then vote on that? Is that how?
317 Broadway is in old business because we didn't take a vote in committee on it. But if it was non-controversial from the committee, unless our parliamentarians
well, I think we all agreed that it was. We all agreed it was too much bulk, and the applicant has just they want to move forward with it. So they take our recommendation, and they're going to continue ahead with it as a disapproval with the commission. So I don't think it's controversial in that way. We all agreed it was too much, and then that just leaves the one.
All right, so let's take the first one and then what is listed in old business for Broadway together. And does anybody have any questions before we call the question? I see Andrew Zelter's hand up. Andrew? Andrew, unmute yourself.
Get down, no question.
Okay, perfect. So then I don't see any other questions on this. Do I get a second for?
I second it.
Great. So what we're going to do for Brittany this time is she is not roll calling. What is, she's just going to, we are going to say, if you agree, you don't need to call an I. What you do need to call out would be, for example, Meltzer abstained. So she's going to say, does anybody no abstentions and recusals? And then that's the only thing. Otherwise, we will assume everybody else is a yay. Brittany?
Great. Okay, so any objections? Okay. Any abstentions? Recusals?
Yes, on abstention.
So you need to say blank abstains and which one?
Blank abstains 107 South Street.
Got it. Thank you. Anyone else for abstentions?
All right.
Recusals? Okay, we're good. Thanks.
Can you check if Burton came back?
Yeah, I don't know where he went. He was there.
Thank you.
All right, let's move. Jason, hit it for 56.
I am here. Okay, so I'll set the stage for that.
And Diana,
and
can
Tammy,
you
you're
move the slides?
Yeah, so, and if I'm out of line in any way, so here's what happened. We had a presentation by two very respectable firms, Higgins Quaysbar, Cass, who we see a lot, and Aaron Chan from ODA, who I was really hoping these guys would be able to speak a little bit on in the public session, but it seems like that didn't happen. Now, this is one of those kind of classic, we don't know what their intentions were, but one of these three-card Monty tricks where someone comes in and does a whole mock-up of an addition to a building, and either by not being thorough or some other reason doesn't show us the views that are the most visible of this 55-foot addition to the otherwise known as FBI garage on North Moore Street around the corner from La Conda Verde. And we find out by chance, Carl and I found out just walking down the street to get my car in the garage, that there were two views that we weren't shown of the visibility of the addition that they mocked up. One from the east on Hudson and Northmore, which I saw, and one from the west that Carl from the Tribeca Trib happened to see, and he reached out to me, and I said, oh, that's a coincidence. I had seen that what they presented that night, these two firms, didn't really match what was happening in reality. And the disturbing part is that we all went on that night to praise the architects and say how much we loved the work they were doing to this building because it was so minimally visible from the street, when in actuality, it's quite visible, from a couple areas. So while I wrote a resolution that, basically reads as an approval, we have to figure out how to weigh in as a board on whether what we think about people or projects and how we could approve things that aren't being represented the actual way. So I couldn't vote in favor of any resolution just as a board member for this addition, this 55-foot addition to a 5-story building with the current visibility that it shows, not what was presented that day. And I'm not sure that even if everybody on the committee is aware that there was this major discrepancy. So we should vote on this resolution in some way that makes a statement about how we feel about projects that are additions to buildings that are mocked up and that aren't then presented in their kind of full capacity for the visibility that one would see from the street. So I would otherwise be voting against this project for its visibility from the street.
So
we have a resolution that kind of says, you know, we like what we saw, and then there's a line about how we, you know, are going to take it up in either a separate resolution, or we can have an agreement to amend it or add something to it. But the point that we have to make is, or that I would like to be made, and I hope people are supportive of it, is, you know, it doesn't matter if you're living out of town or COVID's going on, and you know, when you study a project and talk about adding 55 feet to a building and have a room full of people praising you for making it minimally visible, and then two separate people walk on two separate blocks to find out that it's not what was shown to the public that day.
I think
that's enough.
I'd like to make a comment.
Joe, I got three hands up.
It sounds like Joe.
It does. All right, so Joe, hold on, because there were people who had their hand up first, and then I come to you. I promise I will not forget you.
No, okay, don't worry.
Susan Cole, you're first.
I think this is so egregious. And I think what we may have to do is to vote this resolution down as a positive, and then write a new resolution that we can agree upon in some way. Maybe Roger can help me with this, that is against this change, this renovation, because what they did was totally dishonest. And we were all surprised that we couldn't see it. And thank God for Carl Glassman and Jason. So I think we have to vote this down according to how we should parliamentary procedures. And then we have to write a resolution against this. But that's all I want.
Joe, you're up next. Joe?
Number one, I think we should be very harsh with these people, trying to fool us by not giving us the whole picture. I agree with Susan. And finally, you introduced these firms as respected. I guess we can't respect any architectural firm because we never know what they're doing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Jeff Galloway, you're next, and then Colin, you're after that.
I agree with Susan and Joe, and I feel very strongly about the misrepresentation. It's quite possible that I might have been even okay with the visible from the street had it been honestly presented. At least it would have given us a chance and would have given the committee a chance to evaluate it and to make a judgment on the merits. But I think when somebody misrepresents, we have an obligation to vote it down.
Thank you, Jeff. Next. Andrew Zelter.
So I guess a couple quick questions. One, have we since reached out to the architects to get their response to this? Two, how did we discover the true plans? And three, is this under construction as we speak, or is this still in the planning and designing stage?
I'll take all three. Okay, one, okay, not in particular order. I found it out myself walking down Hudson Street going to pick up my car in the garage 2 weeks ago, that the view from the Hudson Street from the east of North Moore Street, which really what other view is there of this building, there was a lot of stuff on the roof that I didn't see in their presentation. And then coincidentally, Carl contacted me as the co-chair and said, hey, did you see this visibility from the west on North Moore Street, which is a completely different view that wasn't represented that day? Their reaction was, because Carl reached out to them when he was writing that little article, and their reaction, his reaction, which was almost unbelievable to hear, was that he's not living in the city this summer. So he didn't realize those two views had visibility, which is just not acceptable. I mean, you know, and then the third question has it's not under construction. They have filed for, on DOB, you can see it filed for conversion of the building, which also, I might note, I looked, has a portion of residential to it, which was not discussed in the meeting, which is not necessarily in our purview, right? We're there to talk about the visibility, but kind of, you know, interesting. And also this 55-foot mock-up out of baker's racks they built on top of this building, which in an area of the city that can get extremely windy and the weather can get crazy, doesn't even have a permit, which is just sloppy. It's just like sloppy, you know, and I just expect more from these people. That's like a separate issue which made its way into the resolution, but it's just not safe. We don't want that in our neighborhood. And I just,
Jason, let me ask you something. I know that Roger was sending text to amend this motion, a friendly amendment. And the friendly amendment would be, I don't know if he's unmuted or not. Whereas the resolution is subject to a site visit by the committee to confirm the visibility studies from the applicant.
Yeah, hi, Tommy. It is Roger. We always used to put that in, and I think that would allow us to then verify what Jason's seen and what Carla's seen. It's tough for the full board at 8:25 to deal with something like this, and that's why I suggested that friendly amendment. It goes back to landmarks in August. I think we should meet in August. We can really go through it in thorough detail. We can stop it going to LPC, and then it can come to the board in September, when we have our act together.
I think Roger's got it right. And the only thing I don't want to happen, and you know, is that, you know, as sometimes we write a resolution, it's a disapproval, they keep moving forward, and it just becomes another one of these things where it's like, oh, let's just not tell them the views. We know we're going to get a disapproval, and we're just going to march ahead, and then at the commission somehow gets approved. Sorry.
So the question is, do you want to accept this friendly amendment?
I do. It's fine. I will accept that.
Are there any other friendly amendments? Like, for example, I would like to put a friendly amendment that says, whereas Community Board 1 requests that the applicant not go to file with LPC until these details are worked out.
Yes, please.
So if you accept that with two friendly amendments, then are we ready to call the question? Knowing that it's an approval vote.
Tammy, I have a question. It's Alice.
Go ahead.
Jason and Roger, we're sure that this will not go to the LPC prior to us opining, right? That this could be stopped?
I'm not sure about that, Alice. I'm not sure. I mean, I'm not sure about that because in any other circumstance, you could just take your disapproval and go march up to the commission. You know that.
No,
we're just advisory. So
without a permit to build a mock-up, the application isn't complete. So I think we can get the office to point out the application isn't complete because they don't have a permit to build the mock-up, and therefore we can ask that it be held over. If LPC refuses to do that, then that's another matter. But normally they would not refuse to do that.
Yeah, but LPC, pardon me, but LPC can't be trusted now. They've done a number of things, Roger. And so either we put in that they were very deceitful in strong language as a third amendment, a friendly amendment, something, because I want to make sure this does not go to LPC because...
But the correspondence that we've received is that people are out of the city, the mock-up hadn't been built, and therefore some errors were occurred.
Okay, so we have...
I know, but Roger, respectfully, there's only two views, one from the east and one from the west on North Moore Street. I mean, it's not like this is not the ice house where you... Yeah, sure. Yes, go ahead.
Susan made a friendly amendment to include strongly worded language.
I accept it.
Okay.
Sorry.
And I'll follow up with Roger with LPC, right?
Okay,
I mean, or
so
I'll follow
with that,
up with LPC
all right.
as the court chair.
Listen, with that, and a letter as noted coming from the office about asking LPC to hold over until all their stuff is done, are we ready to vote?
Yes.
Three
Yes,
friendly
I
amendments.
think mission accomplished.
Sorry, before we vote, someone please add the language in the chat.
They cannot. The language will be emailed to the office. It's also on audio, Colin.
Thank you.
It's on transcription, so it'll be fine.
The
Can you
Susan, yeah.
clarify that you're voting this down as Susan suggested, or what are we doing here?
the language should be that they misrepresented to us as a committee, and that, you know, in some way, I want that. I didn't see what Jason put at the end, but I want to make sure that's in there. That's all.
Can someone clarify as to what the yes vote means? Is that yes, go forward, or
so
yes, so don't go forward?
Yeah, Mariama, let me clear this up. A yes vote, there are 3 friendly amendments that we're putting in there about the views, about, you know, the applicant and its presenters misrepresented the views and left it off, basically.
Well, I think we need clarification on Roger's friendly amendment. Does it go into the be it resolved part? Because it says, as read, it says we recommend approval. You know, so we rant and rave about deception, but then recommend approval. That may be confusing to the reader.
Okay, so you've got...
Jeff, it is. It's recommend approval subject to the committee performing site visibility studies, which we've now proved actually were misled to us, and so it's it isn't an approval because the site studies were not confirmed.
Okay, so your friendly amendment would go into the be it resolved part of it.
Correct. There's 2 whereas and 1 for the therefore be it resolved, which I'm going to put in as a friendly amendment because Roger's a public member now, although he's welcome to. And that way we can call the question if everybody's ready. You're voting. Basically, it's an approval as long as they come back and review this, and there'll be a letter that comes from the office saying that LPC should not hear it and it should be held over. Okay? Everybody's got that? All right. You're on, Brittany.
Okay, great. Any objections? If so, please say your name and the vote.
Zelter objection. Zelter no.
Zelter. Okay. Great. Thank you. Any abstentions? Any recusals? Cool. Thanks.
Awesome. Thank you, Jason. It's complicated, but it went through, so thank you very much. Let's move on to the next committee, which I believe is environmental, with Alice.
Okay.
Alice, can we take your resolutions together, do you think?
Yes, I do. Certainly. So we have 2 resolutions, early wastewater detection. Thanks to Mariama for starting this discussion at Q of L. And thanks to the Deputy Commissioner of the Bureau of Wastewater who gave us a presentation. This is a call for the city to test sewage at wastewater treatment facilities for COVID-19. This testing system, which the Manhattan Borough President spoke of briefly and is particularly interested in, has proven to be very effective in Europe, providing government agencies and hospitals with an early and accurate understanding of the prevalence of the virus in a wide geography of the city. The resolution states that it's imperative for the city to own, operate, and manage the testing process rather than outsourcing to private labs, which is done currently in some United States cities, as municipal testing is far more cost-effective and DEP is accountable to the public. CB1 asks here that the city budget allocate a small amount of $250,000, which is the amount DEP says they need to employ 3 staff for positions and purchase the equipment necessary to. That's 1. 2 is the resumption of New York City composting, also mentioned by the Manhattan Borough President. Thanks to Wendy Chapman, Rosa Chang, and Michael Frankhauer for excellent work on this one. This is a call to renew composting and to reopen organic collection site. Services which were severely cut as a result of the pandemic. This resolution that the community supports the passing of 2 bills before the City Council, the CORE Act, which would create and fund composting and electronics drop-off sites. and CB1 requests here that $7 million be restored to the budget for the continuation of the community composting and the neighborhood drop-off sites and related recycling education and outreach. Michael Frankhauer has a friendly amendment that he was kind enough to write up, which I've accepted and can be reviewed here. Diana, you have that, right?
Yep, it's shown on screen.
Oh, not on my screen, but okay. Oh, here it is. So you might as well just read through that.
Well, it basically is further detail supporting the resolution as it came.
Correct.
Exactly. All right. So did you accept all of these friendly amendments to your resolution?
I did. I do.
Okay.
So you want to call those to?
I'm done reading it. So I think I'm good. If anybody else call the question. Any question? Oh, wait, no, Susan's got her hand up. Sorry, Susan, call. And Alice, your hand's up too.
That's fine. No.
Susan's hand is down. Okay, there
Call
we
the
go.
question.
There we
Okay.
go.
Great. Any objections? We're taking both of them together. Any abstentions? Any recusals? Great. Thanks.
Okay, great. Thank you. Third is the 250 Water Street Brownfield Cleanup Remedial Investigation Work Plan. I guess that didn't show up, but Tammy covered that. We're thankful that we have the independent contractor who's working on this review, and we're in phase 3, which started on Monday and takes about 5 to 7 days to complete. And everything will be posted, as Tammy said, on the 250 BCP website, which is accessed on our website. So more to come on that. Okay. Now we're up to, does anyone have any questions on that? I mean, we're sort of breezing through this, but what's important to know here for the public is that the independent contractor is there, the project site scientist is on site, all the independent work is still being done, and the project is being overseen. So we seem to be in good hands. Okay, so the North Battery Park Resiliency Project, So that was a joint hosted meeting by Battery Park City Authority and CB1 last Thursday, which unfortunately was very sparsely attended given the critical nature of the resiliency and urban design plans being presented for Tribeca here. Really would encourage folks to show up at the next presentation, particularly the EPC committee, if possible. So anyway, yep, here we are, North Battery Park. So we're talking about the edge in front of Stuyvesant High School, all along Hudson River Park, crossing the street, and over to the Manhattan Borough
BMCC.
BMCC, yep. In case folks don't know. So that's what you're seeing. Zone 1, the Esplanade, and Zone 2, those streets as they're described. And you can see it comes up 9A, crosses over at Harrison, comes around the university, and over and ends at Greenwich Street. A rather convoluted approach. Jurisdictions which include Battery Park City, Hudson River Road Trust, City and State Park, transportation agencies, and privately owned property. And this is in response to this community board's request over the last year that the Battery Park City is presenting a solution which attempts to tie their resiliency program in the park into the city along the west side, which is an area where the city and state still have shown absolutely no plans. So I have to say we're grateful to the authority for their initiative here. We really need to work with the city to allow those deployables that are going to march up 9A to continue going up and securing the west side. Anyway, next slide. So here are the options were presented for the Esplanade area. This is looking if the Stuyvesant High School is behind you. So on the left, it's basically maintaining the existing footprint. Riverwalk, this of course has deployable features in it and is being built up. So that's what you're looking at is a resilient Riverwalk. And then there was an option here on the right, the North Esplanade Park, which is quite extraordinary in that it actually builds into the water and has outlooks and many different interesting spaces. So the committee, I'd say, or the public that was present at this were leaning towards this project. Of course, we have no idea about cost or about really viability, but it clearly was a very attractive, potentially attractive solution. Next slide. Next. Not sure. Are you getting another slide? I see the options are still there. Okay. Oh, okay. Well, anyway, this is a good diagram that just shows you how much the extension of the platform would be. So that the existing river walk, but built up, of course, that purple line is a new flood wall underground versus the North Esplanade Park. So one's called a walk, one's called a park, has the deployable and builds out into the water. Next. So this is the look and feel, as they call it, of the Riverwalk with social seating and bridges. And there are two overlooks. There's a little bridge and an overlook that actually go into the water. The rest is actually in the boundary of the Hudson Park, of Battery Park. Next slide. Looking east towards University. And you can see this is the tighter one. So you have these paths. One of the things that was brought up was sort of no room for hiking, really, and this was a concern. And also there was concern that there was a little bit too much hardscape and not enough softscape, which doesn't show in this slide, but another slide. Next. This is the end of it with this large amphitheater. Next. So this is the park. So this is the other possibility. You can see on the left these large extensions coming out into the water, and so it's a fancy piece of a much wider pathway. Next. So the next part of the presentation was dedicated to the north more alignment, so moving towards the street portion off the Esplanade. And you're seeing exactly where this is going along 9A, crossing at Harrison. We'll get a close up in a minute. And this goes along, outside of Hudson River Park Trust, in front of Manhattan Community College, and then cross 80 North 4, which is part of Independence Plaza, and ties into Redmond Street. Next. Next.
Alice, you may have to hustle a little bit through these slides.
I'm saying next, but it's not going. So these are, the big move, which means just basically the designers looked at industrial to natural. This was, what they tried to establish is their palette for the site, the type of tools that they would use in terms of design. Basically tying the historical fabric that they understood of Tribeca with the natural edge of the Hudson River Park. Next. These are some of the this is the toolkit, benches, planters, etc. And so here you are on the actual path with the deployables, the different types, flip up gates, vertical gates, roller gates, and at the south end, the gray areas of the roller gates. I mean, this is very complex, and it was a 2.5 hour presentation. So, we're doing our best, but you get the idea. But what you're looking at, that yellow line, and there it is in 3D. You can go back, Diane, you can go ahead. It's better. Here you are in 3D, and hold that up for a second. What we're asking and what the committee wants to work on is to work with the electeds to try to get that very line to continue going up, so it doesn't have to end here at North Warren, because of course, all of the west side needs to be protected. So that's really a great ambition of ours, and I think it's an important one for the community board to consider. So anyway, to the up, if you see that sort of cars cracker box at the north end of the slide, that's one of these control houses. It's part of the resiliency plans, which is long, 13 feet tall, which you've seen before in the Southern Battery Park plans, and it's something to look out for. We're going to be watching as to how that gets resolved. Anyway, moving ahead. Next. Here's a close-up of this wall, basically the resiliency wall. Next. Going as fast as I think. Next. Ready for the next slide? I don't know. Can you hear me? Maybe it's just...
Alice, I think it's lagging. I have vertical application public realm on my end.
Oh, I'm at materiality. Oh, you're kidding. So I'm talking about something different than everybody's seeing? That's hysterical. Well,
You guys are fine. It's
alas.
it's moving. It's a little laggy.
Okay, well, you know, Tammy and I have discussed, and I think in the future, we're going to be sending these presentations well in advance of these meetings so that people really have a chance to look at them and study them before the Tuesday meetings so that we don't have this kind of situation. Anyway, here we are at the college, and you're seeing these sort of green things from 100 miles away as if you're in an airplane, but in fact, we won't be alas. So you'll have a couple of close-ups in a second. These come all the way around the building in front of 80 North Moore, and there are variations on folding gates, slip-up gates, landscape features that are all part of the resiliency effort. And we had asked a million questions. One of them was, well, what happens when that college leaves our neighborhood, which is a possibility. And somehow these plans would be useful to the next owner of that site. This is looking north along the highway. So you see that the thickness of these on the right, and that one of these would be sort of a pull-out gate. So this is a pretty monumental scheme, and you know, consequential to the urbanscape there. You can keep going faster. I mean, I'm done, but they're just the images. Yep.
So, and I think this goes back to what we said in the beginning, that these presentations will be sent by link, and so if everybody can take a look at it, then we can do a good Q&A and overview for where Alice was, and report on the work that was done at the committee. So if anybody has hands up for questions for Alice. Sarah Cassell, nope, she took her hand down. Wendy Chapman.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you, Alice, and I just wanted to also say that one of the big components of this is that large structure that's going to be built on the you know, the sidewalk or the median at that point is going to do all this underground sewage work. So one of the big things is that the flooding on the other side of the wall, it could still flood if they don't do this extensive underground one-way channeling of the sewer system. And so it's a massive amount of work underground in addition to the wall overground. I just think that everyone should be aware of that. And of course, they're going to have to do that on the southern side as well.
Thanks.
Perfect. If you have questions or feedback, please send them to Nick, and please copy Alice and I so we can have a repository. I see Sarah Cassell waving at me.
Yes, I'm waving.
Okay, Sarah.
I'm
Sorry.
not clear on what we're voting for on this.
We already voted. We voted before, not on this, because this will come through a vote at a future meeting when people have had time to absorb. We voted prior to on the recycling and.
Fine, I'm good. I just,
Yep,
this plan
gotcha.
not fully formed.
This was just a report of a meeting that took place last week. Yep.
Yes, I was there. It's okay.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
All right, let's move on to transportation. Betty, you've got one resolution and several reports, but what I would like to do
Well,
is
actually, I'm only going to talk about 2 things, so that's fine.
go for it.
I was going to tell people, I'm only going to cover 2 things where there's something new. A lot of it is background material. If I don't cover it, by all means, contact me and I'll give you more information about your specific interest. What I do want to talk about, you want to go to next? One of the main things that has been noted, and this is a bike lane that is going to be put in, a protected one. DOT is recognizing all the complaints about their temporary pop-ups being dismantled immediately, the barrels being thrown to the side. And so DOT has made a decision and announced it. They are going to push ahead with doing a more formal take on putting in these protected bike lanes because of that problem. Lafayette and Center Street, we don't have the dates yet for when that's going to be done, but it will be coming up in the near future. No longer be put off. And next. This is some of the changes they have committed that they are going to put in place at a minimum because everything has been just too tentative to be effective at all and to make bikers safe. So they'll be putting in temporary markings, but more definite markings, not just simple spray paint. Next. They are also going to take on, and some of you have probably already seen, doing a little bit more with Broadway because you saw what a disaster that was. That's what stimulated them to move faster, to make these barrels a little bit more protective. There have been changes. People are adhering a bit to parking in the parking lane, the floating parking lane for protection, but there's more work to be done on this. Keep an eye out. And next. Want to get onto the resolution and ask if there are any questions, because this is about the NYPD being barricaded off. And hopefully you all got to read this.
Is this the new business resolution?
No, it is
No.
not. This is about the precinct itself and the streets in northern Tribeca.
Right,
This
this
is
was
not
already
the new one.
passed by the Transportation Committee.
Correct. I don't
And
see
I don't
any
see any
hands. I don't see any
questions.
questions.
Unless
So
Alice, your hand is still up from before.
it is still up before.
Okay.
And
Then
Wendy's,
if you want to take it on for the vote, I'm good with that.
I second it. Brittany?
Great. Okay. Any objections? Any abstentions? Any recusals? Great. Thanks.
Thank you, Betty.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, quality of life, Pat, take it away.
Unmute myself. Okay.
You're good.
So we've got 4 reports. We discussed the impact of COVID-19 on affordable housing. Lizzie Lee and Andra Stanley from Senator Kavanaugh's office. Lizzie spoke in the public session and she filled in a lot of information. I was already told you a lot of information I was going to talk about. Basically, we need money. We need money from the federal government before any of these housing initiatives can be enacted. The eviction moratorium ended yesterday, I believe, and Senator Kavanaugh has a bill to, as Lizzie told you, to try to extend it until September 20th. So we will continue our discussion on affordable housing and what's happening with the COVID and how it's affecting people in, our next or our fall September meeting. Then we spoke to Leilani Irvin from DHS, from Department of Homeless Services. The main topic was the adult male shelter that has been moved into 6 Water Street. They have had no complaints. We spoke to Charlie, I don't remember his last name, who was the head of security. There are 15 people for security and 1 supervisor. Charlie is in constant contact with precinct number 1. We also spoke to Leilani about, as many of you know, there have been several homeless gentlemen who have resided underneath the scaffolding on Fulton Street. We brought that to her attention, and she said she'd reach out to them. We also are asking her to supply us with phone numbers in case we encounter any homeless people. We'd like to give them some phone numbers to contact shelters and to get them some help. So again, it's a topic we will continue to discuss. We also spoke to Jason from sanitation about the fact that since alternate side parking the rules have been changed, whether streets have been cleaned, was there any problem with, cleaning the streets? Now that the restaurants are also at curbside, we asked him, were there problems with cleaning the streets? So the restaurants are responsible for keeping the street clean because they're using it. If any of you board members, anyone from the public, find that your streets are not being cleaned, would you please let us know, and we will let Lucian know, and we'll contact the sanitation and see if they can get people out there to either find the restaurants, or if it isn't the restaurant's fault, to actually get the street clean. They told us that if we're finding that we're not getting enough, street cleaning done, that our council person there's a discretionary fund, and our council person can actually ask to have hand sweeping done on streets that have not been cleaned. So let us know if there's a problem with keeping streets clean. We also, every month, we hope to have a discussion on, I know the big discussion we had was about the, I'll quote, air quotes, encampment that was at City Hall Park. As you know, we reached out, a delegation went to discuss with the people who had organized there, and the police moved them out. So we would like to continue our discussion with the contacts that Mariama and Justine and Brittany and Fern got, and see if there's anything else we can do to help them continue with their cause. We every month hope to have part of our committee dedicated to discussing intersectional justice and racism. And Tammy probably is going to announce to everyone, but I'm saying it, that she's working on a town hall at BMCC. And we will bring up topics, and we hope to supply articles and links that we'll send out to all the board members to keep for your reading, so you can understand what's going on and, just what's happening. And that's about it.
Pat, and yes, we'll have more information coming up in August. We are working on partnering with the MCC to do several town halls on exploring intersectional justice. We are working with the Borough President's Office, who is working on some equity committees and things like that. So we want to make sure that we can speak with the largest voice possible. And so we are partnering with many of our neighbors to try and do this versus just kind of us.
And we'd also, I think, like to partner with some of the other community boards, right?
Yeah, that's one of the goals that we are working on, and getting those meetings set up, hopefully over the summer when other board business isn't quite as intense.
Just one other thing, Mariama, are you on? Because I think you had one thing you wanted to say.
I am on, but I don't recall what that was.
Okay. Okay.
Thanks.
All right. Next month.
All right. Exactly. All right. Let's move along. Thank you, Pat, very much. Thank you, Mariama. Let's go to land use zoning, economic development, and the small business working group that was with on there. I'm going to pass it to Patrick, and I'm going to ask Patrick and Colin, since we are all, for the most part, looking for a little bit of speed at 8:57, if you can think about what can be grouped, and then we can move forward.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thanks, Tammy. So as you can see, we had a busy land use zoning and economic development committee meeting this month, and we covered a lot of ground. A lot of it was related to two big things: open spaces and how we're able to use our space and move around, including at the South Street Seaport, and the small business working group and some initiatives that Elizabeth and Colin have been working on and came up with in the form of resolutions. So I'm going to assume everyone has had a chance to read the resolutions that were sent out. The first one relates to emergency executive orders and how they relate to the privately owned public spaces, or POPs, and waterfront public access areas, which are similar to POPs, but they just happen to be along the waterfront. One thing that we talked about and learned through our meeting, and Alice rightly raised, is not only do we want to make sure that the POPs in Community District 1 are remaining open, and that the Department of City Planning does not approve any more taking of these spaces or use of these spaces by private enterprises, but in the COVID-19 emergency order sense. But we've learned that at least in the instance of 200 Water Street, and we're trying to avert this happening at 77 Water, is a situation where the applicant will use the Water Street zoning text amendment to apply for an arcade infill, get the approval from the Department of City Planning, but not begin their work. So at 200 Water, for those who have been by there, you know that Rock Rose removed all the public art, any of the amenities, and there it just sits as a barren open space. It's not infilled. We don't know when they'll begin the infill project. Who knows what economics will do to that? So it's created a very strange situation, and that's one thing we try to address in the first resolution. If there are no questions on that, we'll speedily move along to the second resolution. This relates specifically to I'll just call it the yo-yo of the Fulton Street Market, Fulton Stall Market, excuse me, at the South Street Seaport. Back in 2013, when a deal was originally announced with then Speaker Christine Quinn and our council member Margaret Shin over the use of that site and the city's lease with Howard Hughes Corporation and its South Street Seaport Limited Partnership Company. They were going to include they said it would include a food market occupying at least 10,000 square feet of floor space that includes locally and regionally sourced food items that are sold by multiple vendors and is open to the public 7 days a week. That, of course, did not materialize. It's not actually in any legal agreement, but it was in the announcement of the deal and was within the letter of intent that HHC signed as part of its deal at that point in time. Obviously, subsequently, things changed. The mixed-use project that Howard Hughes was looking to build at the seaport did not happen. And we understand it's HHC's position that by providing the Jean-Georges food hall that they're fulfilling the requirement. The Fulton Stall Market folks, the non-for-profit, disagree. And I'm not meaning to give any of this short shrift. I'm really trying to go quickly through this. This is an important issue. Fulton Stall Market in 2015, along with HHC, was offered 10,000 square feet and in fact developed floor plans for that 10,000 square feet at the Translux building, which is a 133 Beekman. That offer was taken off the table for reasons that aren't exactly clear. And Fulton Stall Market was offered I think it's a 1,000 square foot small space at 91 South Street, where they've been since. That lease actually expired on June 20th, and there's no effort to renew it. We understand there are some discussions going on with EDC, where they've offered Fulton Stall Market a 3,500 square foot space at the back end of the Translux building. It's not clear, and that's really one of the points of the resolution, how those negotiations are going. We continue to be left in the dark about negotiations between EDC and Howard Hughes. And our resolution is yet another registering of our disapproval of how that's all going. And we are calling on EDC to come to our next land use meeting to specifically address the public and address questions on the Fulton Stall Market, and to tell us about those negotiations in the agreement of lease between Howard Hughes and the city. And we also want them to come quarterly to talk about the updates to the historic South Street Seaport. Paul, I know you have two friendly amendments for that resolution. One is to change proprietors to not-for-profit entity, and then I know you have some additional language, there it is on the screen, about and how we discovered some additional information this month, both of which I think are great, and thank you for those additions. So I'm willing to accept them as friendly amendments. The last real land use type of item is a request that the Department of Buildings suspend the issuance of demolition permits during the outdoor dining season. Just creates noise, dust, etc. That one's pretty obvious. So I think we can take those three together, unless there's any real disagreement about a tax holiday or providing other incentives to small businesses that are laid out in the two small business working group resolutions. I think we can take them all together.
Would love that.
Good.
All right, are there any questions before we call the question?
So we did accept those amendments, right?
Absolutely.
Yes, we did.
And
Thank you.
thank you for drafting them, Paul.
No problem. Thank you.
I'm looking, I don't see any hands up.
Great.
One. Question, anybody second?
Second.
Brittany, you're on.
Okay, great. Any objections? We're also taking all three, just to reiterate. So any objections?
We're taking all six.
Oh, all six, sorry. All six.
All six.
Any objections? Any abstentions? Recusals? Thanks.
Sorry, Brittany.
Yeah, sure.
Kettering here. I'm abstaining on the privately owned open space resolution.
Okay, that's the first one. Any others? Cool.
I'm going to recuse. This is Laura. I'd like to recuse.
Which one, Laura?
Which one?
The open space and the seaport.
Okay, so Laura, just to confirm, so you are star recuses on the open space, which is public waterfront access in the POTS, as well as
Seaport.
The seaport, the Fulton Stall Market.
Yeah.
Okay.
Kettering.
Perfect. All right. If there's no others, then let's move on to licensing with Susan Cole.
Thanks.
Bruce is here. The shift is over, but the community board is still back, so I'm here.
Welcome back, Bruce. Nice to have you back. You're in time for licensing. Susan, take it away.
Okay, so I have a couple of contentious ones. One was 27 Vestry, and I'd like to take it first and by itself. I'd just like to inform the board of a couple of things. The owner of the place that the bar is going to be next to 27 Vestry is the owner of the building. He is not the bar owner. People on the block had tremendous difficulty with vermin and garbage, they stated, on the with the owner of the space, with two other spaces on the block. We drafted a resolution trying to incorporate the community's concerns, also the relationship to the hours and a variety of things if you've read the resolution. But I wanted to be clear that the owner is the owner of the building that the bar is renting. The bar people have nothing to do with the owner. And they agreed to our hours. It's a peculiar little place, but they cut the hours, they changed. And as all of you, I want to remind you is we always walk a very fine line, because we, if we don't put in our stipulations or our concerns, the SLA can vote to approve it with any hours or whatever. So this is what the committee came up with, and we can take a vote on it unless there are any questions.
So moved.
I see no questions. No hands, no questions. Last call for questions. So calling 27 Vestry. Brittany?
Great. Any objections? Any abstentions? Any recusals? Great, thank you.
Okay. Susan, do you want to take 107 Greenwich with your...
I could take it with the number with the One World Trade Center.
And what about 110 Wall and 77 Fulton?
110 Wall and 77 Fulton have to be separate. I can not do the reports, they're fine, but I could do One World Trade Center and 107 Greenwich together. The other two I'd like, and we could do 212 Front Street.
Okay, I'm good with that. Does that work for you? Colin, Colin, does everybody understand what we're doing?
Yep,
We're
got
going to
it.
do 212 Front Street together with One World Trade Center and 107 Greenwich, all three resolutions together.
We're good.
Call the question.
Seconded.
Brittany?
Any any objections? Any abstentions? Recusals? Okay, thanks.
Those three pass. So now, Susan, you're on for
110 Wall Street.
Right.
This was, if you read the resolution, they were asking for the whole issue of increasing the pop space and expanding it. And they are good neighbors. We have never heard bad reports. It's an area that could absorb, but they asked for too much, so we made a compromise. They also agreed to make the signage for the pops, for the public access, clearer, and had no trouble with the hours. The hours will be as the hours for everybody else. And so we voted yes, but I wanted to do that one separately.
Okay, call the question.
Second.
Brittany, take it away.
Any objections? Any abstentions? Recusals? Cool, thanks.
I'm sorry, is this for 110 White Wall Street?
Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you.
The last one for everybody is 77 Fulton Street. So we have to, I am reporting to you very quickly that this is a group that came to us about expanding, it's in the Gold Street project. I'm blanking the name, Southbridge. And there were a number of complaints from the community regarding this owner, and we did not allow him to do a outdoor seating area, sorry. And we wanted to go back and to the chairperson of the board, because the board had approved it. It's not public space. He then wanted to expand and have a liquor license outside for the summer. And we do not want to grant it. We want to send a letter to the SLA and whomever else, not allowing him to use his liquor license outdoors. And that's where we are with this. And it's really just a report, but we're going to do a letter in relationship to this.
Thank you, Susan.
Quick question, how many people complained?
A lot of people, Joe, about the space. There were a couple, at least three. How's that? 3 or 4. Some members of the committee were aware of it. He hadn't rectified. And in all fairness, so all of you know, the gentleman and his attorney were so rude and so nasty and not forthcoming. And even though it's not based on that, I just want to let it be known, and we want to write this letter. That's it.
Sounds good. All right, any questions for Susan on this? If there are no questions, Susan, thank you very much. Justine? Justine?
Myself, sorry.
Sorry.
Justine, you've got multiple speakers and stuff going on by you, so please mute everything else, because otherwise you're
Yeah,
gonna
I gotta get rid of everything.
Thank you.
Battery Park City Committee. But can you hear me now? Is it?
Very well, but you've got to be succinct.
It's echoing, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, sorry. All right, anyway, the good news is for the Battery Park City Committee is we have no resolutions to vote on, so I can be brief.
We really basically had two discussions that you guys should be aware of. First, the Battery Park City Authority gave a presentation about Wagner Park Resiliency Project, which is moving from the conceptual to the design phases. We asked them to slow down that process for two reasons. One, because the community needs maximum open space available to the public during the ongoing pandemic, which shows no sign of stopping, as we all know, anytime soon. And there are concerns of having that space of that many acres cut off to the public, the years-long construction that it would take to do what they need to do there, and it's going to add to the danger for everybody. And the second reason we were asking them to slow down was that the city and state are facing the exploding costs at the same time that the revenue is collapsing. Asking the authority to hold off on spending tens of millions of dollars on this project is a way of anticipating that both City Hall and Albany will be demanding the BPCA to hand them more money in the near future. And if the authority is going to have to hand and do this, we prefer that they'd be able to do it without raising the ground rent or payments in lieu of taxes, which would affect obviously Battery Park City, but the payments in lieu of taxes goes to taxes every place in the city, which will also probably go up. And so what it comes down to is, once again, an indirect way of preserving affordability in Battery Park City. And their answer to both of these questions was a resounding no. I was going to talk about the Northern Resiliency Project, but Alice did. I just really want to point out with that the ESCR gatehouses that are part of both Wagner Park Project and Northern Battery Park City Project. These are large structures. They could be as big or as long as 65 feet long and up to 13 feet high, and they have to be incorporated into the landscape. They apparently are things that need to be there to be housing equipment and stuff like that, but whatever the authority can do and whatever can be done to make them smaller and less conspicuous, we've asked them to do, and they did agree to try. And then I just want to throw this out because this wasn't something that we discussed because of the timing, but I did want to let the board know that the Battery Park City Authority reached an agreement with LEFRAC over affordability at Gateway Plaza. And I just want to say that many stakeholders are disappointed by the deal because it protects only the tenants who are currently covered, and it protects them for only 10 years. And it decouples this protection from rent stabilization. In each of these respects, the deal ignores calls from this board, from our elected officials, and from the Gateway to Plaza Tenants Association to include everybody and to clearly do a better deal than that. It's also in the deal, it really pretty much lavishly rewards the landlord, who is arguably going to collect financial benefits far in excess of the value of protection being offered to a small number of tenants. It's only 1/3 of the people that live there. And this will continue through the year 2040. Balance, it's probably the best deal they could have come up with, but it's better than nothing, but it really is not a great deal. And that's it. By e-bikes and power scooters, we pushed, I think, to the Transportation Committee. So that's all I've got.
Correct, because we have a standing resol on that already. Thank you very much. Youth and Ed, and keep in mind, Youth and Ed has 3 resolutions, and then we have 1 new business, and we call it a night. So Tricia, take us home as quick as you can. Tricia.
She's not here.
She is.
Hey, Tammy.
Muted, I'm sorry. Hello.
She is here.
Can you hear me?
Oh, sorry.
Everybody hear me?
We can hear you. Tricia, feel free to explain. I would like, if we can, to take all 3 resolutions together, and then we'll roll call the new business, if you think that's possible.
I don't think we can take that last one, Tammy. I think we're going to need a minute with that one, if that's okay. I can take the CB2. We have 3 resolutions, everybody. One of them is just supporting Community Board's 2's resolution on mental health and diversity initiatives. If you had a chance to read it, we had actually hoped to do this jointly with them, and the timing didn't work out. So we agreed with them on, and actually developed a lot of these points together. So that's not so controversial in my mind's eye. As the other one, talking about the utilization of open school buildings, outdoor space in terms of alternatives for ways for the DOE to teach our children if we are forced to be in remote learning, or even if we're back in the school building, we need to start thinking differently about space and taking advantage of all the empty space around us, both indoors and out. So the second resolution is about that. So those two I could take together, Tammy.
Sounds good. Let's see if we have any. I see Colin has a hand up. And so Colin, you go first.
It's a bit late. I was just hoping to make a motion to limit debate, but never mind.
We're rolling. All right, so Colin, take your hand back down. Anybody else have any questions on this? Thank you very much. Tricia, what you missed in the beginning was education was covered also extensively by our electeds, which goes to support everything that you've got. So that could be why there's no questions.
Wonderful.
All righty. So let's call those two together, and Brittany, take it away.
Okay, great. So we're taking the two together. Just to reiterate, any objections?
Yeah, Jeff Myhawk, I object to the outdoor space resolution.
Okay, that's the second one, right?
Yep.
Okay, great. Any other objections? Okay. Abstentions? Okay. Oh, go ahead.
Jeff, I think you need to actually recuse on DOE initiatives.
Okay, I recuse that.
There you go. Thank you. Sorry.
Okay. So one last call. Any abstentions? Any recusals? Okay, great. Thanks.
Okay, Tricia.
Great.
Next.
The last one is, as you all can see, a longer resolution. The name of this resolution is a little misleading. I probably should have renamed it, but we are faced with, as most of you know, a question mark in terms of how our children are returning to school. The most recent proposal put out by the chancellor is that we go back with blended learning. What this means is anywhere from 1 to 3 days a week, our children will be at the school building. So this, he had a town hall not too long ago. He was very clear in the town hall that the situation is fluid. Depending upon the science, they can change their minds at any time. But he took the advantage of the idea of blended learning, had a town hall about it, discussed to some extent how that would look and how that would go. What we decided to do, rather than as a group.
Bruce, you're going on mute.
Oh, sorry. No, I didn't know. Sorry.
That's all right. As a group, we decided not to recommend one method over the other. We don't have enough science. We don't have to be able to tell them we need to be 100% remote, or we need to do blending, or we need to do 100% in the school building. What we decided to do is take the opportunity as they were making their decisions and waiting for the science to identify best practices that we saw in the spring, and also identify the overwhelming problems that we saw in the spring, so that whatever the DOE arrived at, they would have our points about successes and failures to consider. And obviously there were quite a few as you look at this resolution. I will tell you that it was the longest meeting we've ever had. We had a lot of different points of view. I would want to say that going into it. We did have 7 in favor at the end, but it was because we just drilled down everybody's thoughts, and it was a wonderful thing the way our committee worked together on this resolution. I want to thank our committee members. We have a really wonderful, diverse representation. School teachers, mothers who really want to go back, people in the middle, and it was great. So I want to let you know that going into it, if you all had a chance to read it, I wanted to give it its due time tonight to vote on it alone for this reason. So I'm ready to go if you are, Tammy, unless anybody has any questions.
I am totally ready. I was impressed by how complicated and thoughtful and really very broad-based that was. So congratulations on that.
I'm not ready to call the question, so I just want to say a couple things before we do.
Before you do that, let's get people's questions answered, Jeff, first, okay?
Sure.
Awesome. Betty Kay has her hand up, and then Wendy has her hand up, and then we'll come back to the co-chair. Betty?
Thank you. Actually, I want to read something into the record. I want to say that, despite the urgency and the time and effort that are apparent in the scope of this resolution, I have two significant concerns that I'd like to put on the record. One, the resolution assumes that all teachers with some education will be competent and effective at online instruction. My experience after 10 years of working with a blended project with an international community is that that's absolutely not true. Rather, the role of different people, including teachers, needs to be rethought and balanced. You kind of work as a team. Two, the resolution lacks any vision regarding how to capitalize on the promise of online education and creative ways to use blended learning and New York City's many community assets. And it's incredible here. The resolution tends to look backward with blinders rather than clarifying the necessities that we need immediately, which is true. I can see your concern for the immediate future, but we need to have something about the longer term vision and expectations to guide all decisions, or we're in a way bigger problem. Thank you.
Betty, was there a friendly amendment in any of that part of the record? Think about it and come back to us if you think there was, okay?
Well, I was going to say they'd better off to wait till next month and make some fine tuning and bring it back at executive the middle of next month.
So I'll respond to that, Betty. We will not do that because this decision will be made in the next couple of weeks, which is why we had a special meeting yesterday to hash through the points again before we signed off on it. This is a really timely matter. I understand your points, but we are not in the business of recommending how they achieve what they need to achieve. What we were in the business of doing with this resolution is to identify the issues and make recommendations based on the response from our community on what their experience was with best practices. We are not going to suggest teachers how to teach. We are going to tell them what our feedback has been from the community in the way that lessons were delivered, and where we heard that there were issues with connectivity, devices, families that didn't have enough devices and a place for the child to work. That's a bad reason for not practicing best practices. So the goal of this is to make sure that every child at every home has the equal opportunity to access curriculum versus remote learning. It's a first things first resolution. There will be many resolutions to come if we find ourselves in this position going into the fall.
Tricia,
but this one, yes.
Answered. No offense, I'm going to cut you off, but you got it. You answered her, so let's keep going.
Okay.
All right, Wendy.
It's a small matter. We talked about just adding, instead of the 2 to 3 days, it's actually 1 to 3 days.
I did say 1 to 3. Oh, is it not in the writing?
Last copy I printed out.
Okay.
Maybe I didn't have the last version.
So that is a friendly amendment to make sure that it says 1 to 3 days, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Wendy. All right, Jeff, back to you if you have anything you'd like to add. Remember, you will need to recuse on this.
I don't believe I do need to recuse on this. I have no financial benefit involved, so I don't know why I'm being asked to recuse. The same as the last resolution. I'm not sure I need to recuse in that one either. I have no financial benefit involved. I'm an expert in education. I'm a 30-year educator. I'm weighing in on issues of education with no financial benefit to me. I'll receive my salary either way. So I don't know why I'm being asked to recuse.
From what I understood was, if you work for the agency, you cannot vote on a resolution directly affecting an agency that you're employed by. If I have it wrong from COIB, I will apologize, but certainly double check and get a ruling for me.
Okay, so if that's the ruling, obviously I'll abide by that. If the ruling's about financial gain, then I don't want to recuse from either of the resolutions.
Gotcha.
So
But Jeff,
You're allowed to discuss even if you
can I
can't.
ask the question to Jeff though? Even if he has to recuse, he can make his points. He can speak,
Correct.
say
Of
what his
course.
points are. And I
That
missed
is part of the
point.
3. Of course, that point. That's why I recognized him to say
Yeah.
he's
So no, I
welcome
guess
to.
I'm asking for clarification as to
No,
what
you
you would vote
participate.
if he could
You
vote. I didn't hear it.
disclose, you discuss, and then you don't vote by recusal.
But yeah, I'd like to know what his point is, though. That's what
Of
I was
course.
hoping.
That's why I asked.
Hi, everyone. This is Lucian. I'm going to post a little snippet from Adele Bartlett, General Counsel, that speaks directly to this matter into the chat.
Okay, Jeff.
Again, I'm fine about, obviously, I want to abide by whatever rules we're bound by, and I don't want to challenge anything that's clearly demarcated, but I'm just, my understanding was it was about financial obligation, but I also do remember now being trained about working for departments, so I understand that.
Yes.
I will recuse if that's what I'm supposed to do. And I was definitely frustrated in the process of making this resolution. I believe that it's far too engaged in extreme minutia around what teachers are supposed to do in ways I haven't ever seen a resolution from our committee or any other committee ever do. If I were allowed to vote for it, I would begrudgingly vote yes, because I do hear it representing the voices of some families. But I'm frustrated by the resolution in that I initially thought the resolution was going to weigh in on the idea of schools opening or not opening. And in my view, schools should not open. We have enough science to know that. We're watching everything open up, shut right back down, which will be far more devastating to families than having schools try to open on some blended model without any PD or development of staff to do so. I just wanted to voice those opinions and say that I will begrudgingly support the committee in voting for it if I'm allowed to. I'll recuse if I'm supposed to. But I do find it frustrating that it has so much minutia around what teachers are supposed to do in ways that other resolutions just never have. And in general, I'll just repeat again, I think schools should not open. I think it's a great safety hazard. I would have hoped that that's what we could have developed as a Youth and Ed committee to advance at this point, because August is going to be too late. And many, many lives are at stake, 1.2 million roughly if you add in all the teachers. And it's absolutely irresponsible to me that schools would consider reopening physically. And that's all I'll say about that.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Wendy. Thank you, Tricia. I see Bob. Thank you, Betty. I think Bob Schneck has a hand up, and I think he's the last one before we call a vote on this. Then we have one roll call, and I want to be done. So let's keep going. By the way, if you're wondering, I'm eating ice cream. Go for it.
This is Bob Schneck. I just wanted to agree with Jeff, because I really think that that safety is the biggest issue here, and that in reading through the resolution, it was very long and interwoven, and I think it went beyond the mark. And I really do think that taking a stand on opening or not opening is kind of the real question before us, and all of the particular questions about management and administration, I think, are beyond the point.
Gotcha. Okay, anything else? I think we are good to call a question.
Can I respond to that, Tammy, quickly?
You can. You don't have to, but you can.
Well, I want to just say that, Bob, we really did think about that very strongly going into this, right? But we had surveys that the DOE sent out, and the families overwhelmingly, after their experience with being experiences with remote learning. So we can understand why they are desperate to have their children go back. So what we wanted to do here, if we were to recommend not going back when 70% of families said that they wanted to be in the building at least part-time, then that would be irresponsible as a community board. Now, will it even matter what they think if science says they cannot go back in the building? No, they will not go back in the building. It is not in our hands, and so we cannot advocate for it. It's something that it came at odds with everything that we're about as a community board. And so what we wanted to do is put the scaffolding underneath when that decision was made. So this resolution absolutely covers 100% remote learning. It covers everything that needs to be done and considered if we end up full-time at home. And in that way, it achieves that very thing, but with that safety net of what the parents' experiences were, why they were unhappy with it, what best practices we feel should be put into place. And that was the point of the resolution. Thank you for listening.
I just want to say that I disagree. Sorry, I have to say one thing, Tim. We spent hours on this. So if we can hear reports about things we're not going to vote on, you can hear that something we are going to vote on and that we spoke about for hours. And then
You have to be recognized by the chair.
Recognize one, you have to be recognized by the chair. Thank you, Colin. Secondly, everyone gets to go around first. So anybody else wants to speak before you come around second. And thirdly, in democracy, we don't have to come to consensus. Not everybody has to vote. Yes, and that's okay. So the next person who goes, I apologize, Mr. Myhock, but he had a turn so far.
That's
Jeff
fine.
Galloway, Justine, and then I would like to call the question if there are no other questions after that.
I would like to speak
Jeff
after Jeff.
Galloway. I will come back to you. Okay.
Am I next?
You are Mr. Galloway.
All right. I think the other Jeff actually makes some very valid points. This is really a tough issue, and that I don't think is addressed in the resolution is the planning of what happens if somebody does test positive. What are the criteria for closing back down? What are the protocols for isolating the student in the classroom and anybody in contact with? I think Jeff and Bob and Betty all make very good points. I am going to vote for the resolution because I also think that the Education Committee really tackled this in a way that reflects the tough trade-offs that are done here. But a vote in favor of this resolution by no means means that I'm rejecting Jeff's points or Betty's or Bob's. I think they're all very valid points.
Thank you, Mr. Galloway. Justine?
Okay, thank you. I'll be quick. So I also have to echo what Jeff Myhock is saying, because I understand the parents sort of being desperate. I understand that connectivity is a big issue, and I appreciate that in the resolution you do mention those things. I think that, I guess my biggest problem here is that, Tricia, I respect you, of course, you know that, but to say that the science is behind opening up, nothing's changed since March. It's just that people are fed up with being home, and I just don't trust what we're being told. So therefore, I will have to vote no to this, not because I don't respect all the hard work that everybody put into this, not that I don't respect the hardship upon the parents, the difficulty for the students, but because I think that it's not safe, and it's not safe for the teachers, and it's not safe for the kids.
Thank you, Justine. If there's no one else, Wendy? I think Wendy already spoke, so her hand's still. Justine, if you've already spoken, please take your hand back down.
It was just a quick thing for Justine to say that we're reacting as if we didn't, like, we're not in charge of that decision, Justine. It's not that we don't, we're going to write another resolution about the very point you're raising.
Thank you, Wendy. Jeff, this is your third shot around, and then we are calling the question because we have one more reso that we definitely, Susan Cole, is your hand up? Nope, your hand's down. Okay. Jeff, third time.
I was going to call the question, sorry.
Jeff requested a third time. He's third and last. Remember, this is a democracy. Doesn't have to be consensus. We just got to take a vote. Jeff,
all right.
You're on.
I would characterize it as my second time because the second time I spoke, I was told not to speak. So anyway, the second time around, I would just say, with all due respect to my co-chair, who I think is a wonderful leader and an awesome person, that she referenced saying that it's the duty of the community board to listen to families, and I get that. People also don't want to wear masks, so we can listen to them as well. So I get the families want their kids back in schools. It's just not safe. I want to be able to eat ice cream every day and not get fat, but that's not possible either. So I'm sorry to make it, it's late in the evening. That was not a reference to you, Tammy, and congratulations on your first board meeting.
We're not advocating for blended learning. That's
Jeff gets censored.
I just think that it's unsafe to return. I was looking for that support as a teacher and family member. My own daughter wants to go back, and I understand that. She's upset that I'm advocating for us not to. But we're seeing what happens when we open up prematurely. We should be focusing on virtual education and remote learning as being done better. And that's all I'll say. I'll stop right there.
Okay. I appreciate this is one of the most difficult topics that a community board can discuss because it's life or death. It's so much that goes with this: education, health, everything. And I am calling the question.
Seconded.
Fantastic. Now, I know that this is controversial, but understand what we're trying to do is we're going to do this as a regular vote. So when Brittany calls, if you object, you must wait, be patient a second, call your last name, and then your vote, so it's on the record. But I don't think we need to do a roll call for this and the last one. So Brittany, take it away.
Okay, great. Any objections?
I do, I object. Justine Pucha, sorry.
Kucha, yep, got you. Anyone else?
James, no.
James. Okay.
Emery, no.
Lamley, okay.
Oh,
Got you.
Zeno.
Okay.
K, no.
Got it. Anyone else for objection? Okay, I have Kucha, James, Lamry, Schneck, She, and K. Okay.
Abstentions?
Any abstentions? So I'm gonna put myself, so Wade abstains.
Curtis abstains.
Got you.
And abstain.
Was that Bruce? Airman?
Yes.
Cunningham abstains.
Okay.
Lewinson abstains. Young abstains.
Moore abstains.
Sorry, 1 second. So I have Lewinson and then who was the other?
Pat Moore abstains.
I have Pat. Sung. Okay, got it.
Thank you.
Brown Kennedy abstained.
Okay. Anyone else for abstain?
Froman abstains.
Froman, okay. Okay, I have Wade, Curtis, Ehrman, Cunningham, Lewinson, Moore, Sung, Brown Kennedy, Froman for abstain. Last call for abstain. Any recusals?
Myhawk.
Got it. Great.
If Dennis is here, he has to recuse as well, I think.
Dennis is not here tonight, but yes. That's a close vote. So
I have 28,681. All right.
Yep. No. No. You had 8 abstentions.
Yep, got that.
You have 1 recusal.
Got that.
And how many noes?
I have 6 no's.
Motion
I have 9 abstentions.
All right,
Yeah.
so even with 9 abstentions, 6 noes, and 1 recusal, I think that means motion passes.
Okay.
Okay, great. All right, last one for the night, guys. Let's take this home. This is our new business resolution. So everybody has heard through actively from the public session through what has happened at City Hall Park. What has made things even worse is the city's blunt refusal to recognize public safety is part of what their concern is for everyone and making people walk in the streets. You cannot get on a bus over by City Hall because the blockades are up against the bus stops. They're forcing people to walk in the streets. There's been minimal change, and I do mean minimal. Today, as of lunchtime, there's a slight improvement at the edge of Park Row for part of it, but only from the tip of Park Row to where you hit Chambers Street. And so we will adjust the resolution for that strip of walkway only because the M22 and M9 stop that's across Chambers Street, across from 1 Center Street, is still blocked off and you can't get there either. So this is about asking the mayor to think about, you know, we support peaceful protest. We support protests in our neighborhood. We've had City Hall. I think most of the board members who currently are on our board, if you've been on our board longer than maybe 3 years, you've probably protested at City Hall somewhere, somehow, for schools, for resiliency, for the soccer players, for God knows everybody. So we don't really like living behind blockades in CB1. We're looking to get rid of some of them and make sure that while you're safeguarding our safety, that we can actually live here. All right? Call the question if there's no questions.
Seconded.
I have questions, or I have something to say. Can you hear me though?
Loud and clear, Justine.
Sorry, I've got 3 screens going, so that's why I don't know what the hell.
It's okay. Go ahead. What's your question?
First, I want to make, after listening to what Mariana read into the record earlier today, I have to say that I want to strike the word peaceful from the first whereas. Number 1. Number 2, thank you for bringing this up because this was a really disturbing issue. The barricades, everything that we started to do to get involved with this back on in early July, last week, whatever it was based on trying to open up that space to let ingress and egress of the subways and people walking on the streets and everything else. And now the police are there. They unjustly, as far as I'm concerned, came in and threw those people out. There was nothing that was being complained about was justified based
Justine,
on my personal experience.
This is not about the encampment. This is about the pedestrian and transportation.
Yes, and what the police have put in place now. The only thing I will say, besides I want to get rid of the word peaceful in the first whereas, and I've got to go through it to see if there's anything else that's there, but I haven't come across anything yet, is to say this is not strong enough. The police have created a dangerous situation, exacerbated by the fact that they refuse to wear masks. They say it is their choice. I thought it was the law. The police are supposed to be our protectors. They're not. When I was down there, the few times that I've been there since the police have taken over, it is completely and absolutely dangerous, made worse by the fact that you cannot socially distance from the police. You could socially distance from the protesters, but you can't socially distance from the police.
Justine,
it's egregious.
Other than this friendly amendment about taking the word peaceful off, is there anything else you want to add?
No, I just wanted to be heard about what I was saying because we spent so much time talking about this, and I did give up my time earlier. But yeah, I'd like the word peaceful removed. Thank you.
No problem. I accept that friendly amendment. Okay. Betty, your hand is up.
I was going to ask if we could, I object to removing the word peaceful. That changes my opinion completely. So I'm
answer back.
It's unfortunate you chose to accept it, because I don't think we as a community board should be advocating violence.
No, we don't advocate, but we do support protests. I mean, if it's, I mean, do you have a word that you would rather use? I mean, I don't want to get into the semantics of being lost on the word protest. I'm happy to strike the entire thing if it becomes too controversial. I just want the damn barricades moved so we can get, you know, public safety back to public safety. That's a real issue here.
I agree. I think protest is just fine because that's what it is. But to object to it saying peaceful so that you can have people who are the naysayers coming at it, I don't understand that either. If the goal is to make it livable. Yes, I have heard.
Justine,
about institutional racism and systematic racism and how that language.
Justine, stop talking over Betty. Let her finish. I'll come back to you. Again, it kind of goes the same thing. We're not going to shout at each other. I hear everybody's opinions. We're not a consensus. We're a democracy. Betty.
No, I said what I had to say. I understand the problems that people have. I just want to get people not have to be in the street and not be taking on traffic all the time. And I don't see the objection. I'd like to overcome some of the naysayers you can agree or disagree with them, but that's a red flag, and I'd rather get rid of the red flags.
Okay. Does anybody else have anything before I come back second round for Justine?
Yeah, I put my hand up, Tammy.
Okay, go for it, please.
Yeah, I'm disagreeing with Betty that removing the word peaceful implies that we want violence. I think it should just say protest. I had the same problem with the previous resolution. So my comment isn't even based on what I read into the record today. We had a previous resolution that actually, ironically, I believe Betty introduced about the tear gas and stuff. And that day I was in my car and unable to raise my hand to try to make a friendly amendment when it was removed then. I was opposed to it being removed then, because then it's up to who to determine what's a peaceful protest or not. It's a matter of interpretation at that point. And I thought that was, we were giving people or the police specifically, were giving them entree to tear gas people that they felt were not being peaceful. And that could be anybody. So I think that removing the word here and just saying protester is fine enough. We're not inciting violence. We're not encouraging it. We're just calling people protesters. That's what they are.
Okay, so understood.
I have my hand up.
Bruce, I'm coming to you. I see you. I have a question for Mariama. And I'll wait until Bruce goes. And then Rob Schneck, and then back to me. Okay, Bruce, stay on.
I just, suggest that those who object read what Mariama put into the record. It's very germane and very important. And two, for now and the future in these discussions, but they will come up again and again, I just would ask everyone to consider what seismic change has occurred in the United States from the revolution to the civil rights movement, to trade union organizing, to the suffragette movement. What major change has ever happened without some civil
Bruce, stay on topic. Right? Agreed. We're all in. So the question becomes,
my comments, if I'm out of order, that's one thing, but my comments are sacrosanct. They're mine. I don't want to be objected to for the nature of my comments.
you're not being objected to. I'm trying to stay on topic for a resolution. Bob Schneck, you're next.
I just wanted to say I've been involved with protests for a lifetime, and I have faced rifles and I have faced all kinds of incredible situations over my time. But the important thing of my learning, thinking about Gandhi and Luther King and about our fine representative being laid to rest in Washington today, is all of us really went beside ourselves to be as peaceful as possible. And the word peaceful is really important to me because I don't want to do harm. And I don't think that any of the harm I've seen, things that were done in the Reformation, things that were done in ancient Egypt, harm that destroys things, is never acceptable to me and really hurts my heart. And when I saw all of that graffiti that was done around the park, that struck me as harm. And I realized that people get angry, and I, for example, in Hong Kong, you always have people who want to be peaceful, and then there's always people who want to destroy things. But I have to speak out against the people who want to destroy things, and I would give my life rather than hurt something.
Okay.
Hey, Tammy?
Hold on. I'm trying to make sure I get everybody. I've gotten Bruce, I've gotten Bob, I've gotten Justine and Mariama for the first round, I think. Colin, you're next.
Just a parliamentary suggestion. We could go in circles about this. If this is not taken as a friendly amendment, I suggest we vote on an unfriendly amendment.
What is your unfriendlier amendment?
Not for me, just this peaceful versus non-peaceful. Doesn't seem like we've resolved that, right?
I second
It's not
Colin's motion.
peaceful versus non-peaceful. It's peaceful protest versus protest.
Yeah, sorry, that's not what I meant. Sorry, I'm just trying to move this along.
Okay, yeah. When people suggesting that we're encouraging violence or inciting violence is really a bit much.
I didn't make that suggestion.
Okay, stop. Let's.
Can I make a motion to delete the first whereas in its entirety?
Exactly.
This is starting again.
I think that this is perfect. I think that Jeff Galloway has, so we don't have this argument back and forth. We will just delete the first whereas. I personally am not happy about that because we have such a rich history of having protests in Community Board 1. But if it's going to end the argument over a word, peaceful, non-peaceful, or any of the rest of it, let's remove that.
Can I be recognized when you're done?
Please, Jeff, go.
I've made a motion. I don't know if there's a second.
Yeah, we have two questions on the floor right now, guys. We have to resolve that first.
I would like to second Colin's motion and leave the word protest, which is essential to the entire resolution in, and let the board vote on whether it's unfriendly. I like Colin's proposal a lot. If it's an unfriendly amendment to you, then vote no, and then it doesn't pass. And if it is, and you vote on what we got.
This is Pat.
Point of order, he didn't actually make a motion. The only motion is the one that I made.
That's actually
Another point of order is that Tammy had already accepted the friendly amendment.
Stop shouting
made a motion.
over. Stop shouting over each other.
It's
Okay.
Pat. I haven't spoken yet.
Pat, there is an amendment. There is a request in front of me to remove the first whereas. Okay, as a friendly amendment.
I disagree.
I made it as a motion. If there's no second, it dies.
But can we
I
recognize that
disagree.
the friendly amendment had already been accepted? Can we recognize that before you start with a new motion? It had already been accepted.
That's right, and I made a motion to delete the whereas. I mean, if there's no second, it dies, but if there's a second, we need to vote on it.
And that's.
Did we ever vote on the?
Can I speak?
Second. Yes, Pat.
So I disagree with deleting the first whereas, and I agree that we can take out peaceful, and it's not a problem because we're not discussing whether peaceful is opposed to violent protest. We're just saying protest.
Thank you, Pat. Jeff, you did not get a second on your removal of the whereas, as far as I heard and around, correct?
I didn't hear one either.
Okay, so that goes away. I accepted the removal of the word peaceful just because we're not having a debate on peaceful versus violent. Maybe in hindsight being 2020, I should have put CB1 supports the right to protest.
That's good.
And
I have a motion for voting on Colin's proposal to remove, to vote on it being an unfriendly or friendly motion.
Actually, Jeff, sorry, Tammy, let me just straighten this out for a second. I actually suggested it. I didn't make a motion. Whoever said that was exactly right. So
I'm making the motion now to vote on it as an unfriendly amendment.
Which one, Jeff?
The idea of taking out the word peaceful.
So
your decision to make that a friendly amendment, I guess I'm contesting that and saying I think the board might want to vote on whether it's a friendly or unfriendly amendment. So I'm offering that as a possible.
So let's ask our parliamentarian if he's still awake. Parliamentarian?
So
second that motion if I understand it.
Not you, Mr. Galloway, Mr. Cannell or Mr. Kettering?
Well, I didn't hear the vote on the unfriendly amendment seconded. As far as I'm concerned, Tammy, you're as chair, you accepted the friendly amendment, and the way it stands now is you should just take that vote.
Well, why would that be? She can just summarily decide to accept something. I'm proposing. I'm offering that we vote on it, and I've got a second from Jeff Galloway.
It the removal of it was seconded. I said yes. Now you're coming back with a friendly amendment. correct? Saying you don't want that.
A cleaner vote with more democracy if you allow people to vote
Jeff,
whether it's a
I'm
friendly.
going to let the parliamentarian rule on it.
I think we should just take a vote on Jeff's amendment to the unfriendly amendment, if you call it that.
All right.
Do an up and down vote on that.
Let's do it.
Just to be clear, what the motion is the motion is a yes vote to take it out or a yes vote to keep it in?
Yes vote to keep it in.
Jeff's motion has not been seconded.
Yes, it was. Jeff Galloway.
Yes, I second that motion.
I would second that motion because I would like to see where people on this board come down on the answer to that question.
Okay, Justine, stop. You gotta stop.
Oh, no.
It's been seconded.
You can't tell people to stop.
Please stop fighting with each other. This just doesn't make for helpful. So we have a motion. It's been seconded. This is a vote where Brittany's going to call. This is not roll call. Roll call is for the final. This is, you say yes if you want the word peaceful in. You say no if you want it out. Okay? So she's going to call yes as she normally would. And then she's going to ask for oppositions, abstentions, and recusals, like we have all night. Brittany, take it away.
Sorry, just want to clarify one more time. So if you say object, that means you want peaceful vote, correct?
Correct.
Okay, got it. So with that being said, any objections? I'll start with myself. I object.
It's a roll call. This is the last resolution.
No,
we're not
this
No.
This is about the amendment to the resolution.
Sorry.
I just have to say, I think Brittany.
I motion that it's a roll call.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, I think we should do a roll call.
I motion it's a roll call.
I second that motion.
Guys, somebody else was calling me before the two of you popped up. So let's.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I'm a little confused. My understanding is there is a motion to amend on the table that has been seconded to add the word peaceful back into the resolution.
Correct.
Therefore, if you vote yes on the motion, you want the word peaceful. If
Correct.
you vote no, peaceful remains out.
Correct.
Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Got it.
Okay, can I ask a
Yes,
question now?
yes.
Okay, let's go. Brittany, you're on.
One direction I missed.
Okay, are we doing roll call or just approval or an objection, Tammy?
Likely to be faster to do a roll call.
You know what? Let's just faster to do roll call.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's best way to do it.
Sorry, one more time. Objection means you don't want the word peaceful in. Is that correct?
You did now. Repeat, please.
Objection means you don't want the word peaceful in. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. That being said, so Amoruso, excuse, Burton, blank. Okay.
Sorry, I'm gonna abstain on this, but I really just say I have a hope in front of me.
Blank.
Okay. Kennedy. Can you please go on mute if you're not speaking?
I muted everyone. Everyone, please just keep your microphones on mute until it's your turn for the roll call. Brittany, you can go ahead.
Sorry, I realized I was on mute. Brown Kennedy.
Abstain.
Cameron.
Abstain, Cameron.
Cassell. Cassell.
I really don't know what this is about. The word peaceful should not be against.
Against, okay. Chang.
Object.
Chapman. Chapman.
No.
Charkoudian.
Charkoudian, object.
Thanks. True is out. Cole.
Abstain.
Kucha,
Puccia says no, object. I don't like the word peaceful. Thank you.
Cunningham, Cunningham. All right, I'll come back.
Sorry to clarify for Justine. Sorry to interrupt, but object means you want the word peaceful back in.
No, everybody's saying object and no because they want it out. That's what I'm thinking everybody's saying. That's why I repeated what I said.
Correct. Jeff,
Object means peaceful is out.
if you say yes, then peaceful is in. If you say no, peaceful is out. Jeff, please go back on mute. Justine on mute after you voted.
All right, Curtis.
Object.
Okay, yeah, I got you, Justine. You reject. Curtis.
Curtis, abstain.
Erman.
Object.
Great. Flynn.
No. Flynn, object, whatever it is.
Great. Franker.
Franker objects.
Friedman.
Friedman object.
Froman.
Froman objects.
Galloway.
Galloway abstains.
Goldstein.
Abstain.
Gupta.
Gupta, no.
Jesse. Jesse. Okay. James.
James objects.
Joyce. Joyce. Okay. Kay.
Kay, abstain.
Abstain. Okay, Kay abstain. Cannell.
Cannell, no on the amendment.
Thanks. Kettering.
Yes.
Capel. Capel. Clementis is out. Lamourie.
Lamoury's a no.
Lerner. Lerner. Okay. Lewinson.
Lewinson, no.
Mahoney.
Mahoney, no.
McHugh.
McHugh, abstain.
Meltzer.
Abstains.
Mahalski's out. Myhawk.
Object.
Thanks. Monjovi.
Abstain.
Moore.
No.
Sorry, Pat, say that one more time.
I'm eating ice cream now also.
Is that a no?
Got to know.
Okay, thanks. Nataro. Nataro. Schneck.
Yes.
Yes. Star.
Abstain.
Okay. Sung.
Sung, abstain.
Tedesco.
No.
Townley.
Townley, no.
Wade, no. Weinstock. Weinstock. Sheen.
No.
And Zelter.
To abstain.
All right, clearly to me, I don't even need to count. I know that the motion didn't carry. So the word peaceful is out. Now we're roll calling on the entire resolution. Everybody with me? Does anybody have anything else about the resolution and opening up transportation and protecting safety?
Call the question.
Ben, do I hear a second?
I second it.
Brittany, this solution, you can skip all the names that Lucy Clark has not voted for the amendment.
Oh, okay, great. Just give me 1 second.
Awesome.
Okay, so this is, okay, got it. So then I can start at blank, right?
Yes.
Okay, blank. Blank.
Yeah.
Brown Kennedy,
Brown Kennedy, yes.
Cameron,
Cameron, yes.
Cassell. Cassell? Yeah, okay. Chang,
Chang, yes.
Chapman,
Yes.
Charkoudian. Charkoudian,
Charkoudian is yes.
Cole,
Cole is yes.
Kucha,
Which is yes, thank you.
Cunningham. Cunningham. Okay, I'll come back. Curtis,
Curtis, yes.
Erman,
Yes.
Flynn,
Flynn.
Frank Porter,
Frank Porter.
Froman.
Froman, yes.
Also, sorry, Jason, I skipped you by accident. Friedman.
Friedman, yes.
Sorry about that. Okay, Galloway,
Galloway, yes.
Goldstein.
Goldstein, yes.
Okay. Gupta.
Gupta, yes.
Okay, great. James.
James, yes.
Yes. Kay.
Hey, yes.
Kennel.
Canal, yes.
Ketching.
Kettering, yes.
Lamourie.
Lamourie, yes.
Lewinson.
Lewinson, yes.
Mahoney.
Mahoney, yes.
McHugh.
Here, yes.
Meltzer.
Yes.
Myhawk.
Yes.
Monjovi.
Yes.
Moore. Moore. I'll come back, Pat.
Yes.
Oh, yes, okay. Pat, I have you as a yes.
Yes.
Okay, I'll come back. Star. Sung.
Sung, yes.
Sung, yes. Tedesco.
Schneck, yes.
Schneck, yes, okay. Tedesco.
Yes.
Townley.
Townley, yes to ice cream.
Wade, yes. Weinstock. Stock. She.
Yes.
Zelter.
Zelter, yes.
Okay. So
Passes. Tricia, and I'm a yes as well.
Did you hear Pat? Yes?
I heard Pat. Sorry, Trisha, if I missed you. I have a yes for you. Okay, great.
Okay.
Perfect. So I just want to close out the night by saying thank you. It's been a long night. There were lots of passion. And I will say, this passion is not going anywhere for anybody. But let's try and keep our powder dry sometimes. Let's try and be civil as we can, because we want to get a lot of work done. We want to make change. We want to be effective, which means I don't mean to be yelling at you, but to cut you off because you're yelling at somebody else, I'm sorry, but I've got to do it so we can move forward. We have to stay on task and we can get a lot done, and we all want to. So I appreciate your patience. I thank you for every bit of the service that you've done tonight. These are unprecedented times and exciting and insane, and we are a better board for it. So thank you, everybody. And with that,
Thank you, Tammy.
have an amazing
Tammy.
August.
Thank you, Tammy. You
Good
helped.
night.
Thank you, Tammy.
Everybody have a safe August.
Hey,
And
Bye.
motion to adjourn. We're done. Thank you.
Bye.
That's it.
Bye,
Good night.
everyone.